Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop-De-Wop.
This video is for Black Americans. Everybody else can stay, but I just want you to know that I'm specifically speaking to Black Americans. Black Americans, I've been thinking about this for a while, and watching Amanda Seales slay all of those Black conservatives and specifically slay Mr. Angola, I figured that it just pretty much confirmed for me that what I've been thinking about, I need to let you all know what I've been thinking about. Black Americans, you know that old saying, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. Well, Black people who are born outside of America have more than proven that all skin folk ain't kinfolk. A lot of them are loud with their disrespect and their denigration of Black Americans. And it's sad, it's disheartening. They've been vile towards Black Americans out there on social media. The relentless harassment and bullying that they bestow upon Black Americans, it needs to be studied. With that said, Black Americans, I want you to think about this as we are heading into the 2026 midterms and the 2028 presidential election. When you are looking at a candidate and that candidate looks like us, I need for you to go a step further and pay attention to what it is that they are saying. I need for you to go a step further to research that candidate, to find out what they stand for. And one of the questions that you need to ask these candidates that look like us, you need to ask them what are their thoughts and feelings on reparations for foundational Black Americans. That one question will give you an answer on whether or not you should be voting for that candidate. You cannot rely on them having the same skin tone as us. Okay, Black Americans, here's an example. For years, I've been watching Byron Donalds, and I knew he wasn't a Black American. I couldn't prove it. I did a couple of researches, and I will always come back with he's African American, but I knew that man was not a foundational Black American. So I never spoke on it. And for whatever reason, I'm scrolling, and I come across this.
I want to just play quickly what you said about reparations.
I didn't say that the tail of his life. He said, we want to get our king. What is y'all position on reparations? I don't believe in reparations.
So you don't believe in reparations?
Oh, wow. Why did y'all play the rest of the clip, man? I was on fire during that one.
A couple things is, all right, how many people in the United States today are actually descendants of slave owners? Forget descendants of slaves. Let's hold that to the side. Descendants of slave owners. You've had massive immigration into the United States over the last 150 years. So now you're going to say that people who immigrated to the United States, who are not descendants of slave owners, were not descendants of that trade, now they're going to be responsible for paying that out going forward. My mother's Jamaican. My father's Panamanian. You have a lot of Black people in this country who are not descendants of the American slave trade. So I already know off top, there's a lot of Black people in America who aren't going to be able to get that.
And there it is. Black immigrants in this country will work to undermine Black Americans in this country because they won't be able to benefit off of Black Americans when it comes to reparations. Never mind the fact, the blood, sweat, and tears that our ancestors spilled to try to make a better way of life for us, which directly benefits Black immigrants in this country. No, they don't want you to get because they won't get. And allow me to point out that as he began to answer that question, he immediately went to defend the descendants of white slave owners. Go back and listen to his response. So, all skin folk ain't kinfolk. And unfortunately, a lot of them come here to undermine us. Mr. Angola proved that. They come here and they side with white people and white supremacy. They do their damnedest to assimilate into white culture and white supremacy. So, when you see someone that looks like us that is running for office, you're going to have to ask some more questions. And one of those questions has to be, what are your thoughts on reparations? And before I go, I want to remind y'all talk shit about Kamala Harris, but this is what Kamala Harris had to say about reparations.
Democrats who will say they're for something, but when it comes time to actually do it, they're not there for you. They say they run away, they don't answer the question, and to be blunt, like the current vice president, not answering a lot of questions.
But she did say that she's for reparations.
After she said she wasn't. So which one is it?
No, she never said she wasn't.
That's never happened.
That's the false narrative.
All right, that's fine. I'm gonna let it
she
go.
was here when she said it.
But we have a history of racism in America.
So you are for some type of
Yes, I am.
reparation. Okay.
Yes, I am.
I'm not gonna challenge.
Yeah.
I'm almost challenge.
But I guess the question is, Congressman, you say that you're not for reparations, then you go on to say that there are a lot of elected officials. We know that racism is a bipartisan.
In summary, Black Americans, foundational Black Americans, American descendants of slavery, it's not enough for a politician to be Black. You got to ask the questions. And one of those questions should be, what are your thoughts on reparations?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to this pop-up show. I wasn't even actually going to do a show today, but I am back. I am back by popular demand and a request of someone I respect a whole lot. She was getting sleepy, and some Somali fool was getting creepy, and I just figured, she asked me to, hey, take this fool over to your show where I can rinse and repeat. But I have seen hide nor hair of him, and his little nickname is in the title of the show. Lake Little, what is up? How you doing? Good morning. So you know what? I really, this is a totally random show. I pretty much am just gonna hang out, show videos that pique my interest, and I am so, this is such a pop-up show that I didn't even usually I'll put some links that I'm going to use. Usually I believe the mess of a show that Stanley versus the world tends to be. I usually kind of try and plan it out and put the links I'm going to use and all that. I have no idea what I'm going to do other than the next couple videos. Hey, Roz. Hey, Speak Radio. Salute to you both. Good morning. So this is going to be a messy show. Yesterday's show was messy. This one will be, again, rinse and repeat. But I'm looking for Vanta Fool, the Somalian clown. I said Somalian. I know it's Somali, but I call him a Somalian. This motherfucker. He a Somalian is like a candy that you get at the FW Woolworth. When I was a kid, Woolworths actually existed, and you could go buy candy. I used to go get like lemon drops and jelly beans, and I swear there was a candy called a Somalian, which was white chocolate with a fucking peanut or some sort of nut center. And that's why I'm calling Vanta a Somalian. He's a candy that you chew, and hopefully it's not too sweet. Dude is a candy fucking brained fool. So anyway, let me not hurl too much invective. Um, Somalians were made at the Willy Wonka chocolate factory. So this is a random video. It popped up. All kinds of interesting things pop up in my in my algorithm, but seemed like it was something that should be played. And by the way, my colleague, former colleague, John Galt, this is where we're gonna head to, because let's see if the second half of the show title, the wannabe white man black, can start on time. And this is the name of his show this morning. This motherfucker, he is so funny but predictable. Will Stanley create the pro-black content he desires? Well, number one, people like John Galt and the other fools like Ock Nation and his Daddy Brave. I'm not if pro-black means I don't hate blacks and think blacks can do no wrong, then I'm pro-black. And of course, I'm going to be able to do what I want to do, motherfucker. It's my channel. What kind of dumbass low IQ question is that? Of course, I'm going to be able to do what I do. Now, there will always be, the veiled threats, but they don't work on me. This isn't a revenue generator. At least not in the next 8 years, I predict. But anyway, please make sure you hit the like button. Please make sure, if you're new, you share and definitely subscribe. Sometimes I don't know what tomorrow's show is going to be about, and I think I'm pretty sure tomorrow's will be focused around news headlines. But today is just going to be a Where Do We Go show. But I do want to highlight again just the title. The people who read the title, who kind of get where I'm going, will know. And for the rest of you, I was going to go FAFO, but no. I don't know what the show is going to be about other than the title either. But let's listen to this young lady. And this, by the way, David Hoffman, he is like maybe in his early 80s now. He's a filmmaker of renown. And he's possibly got one of the most interesting YouTube spaces that I've run across. He's kind of in the same vein as damn it, what are the other two? There, Hezekiah, and there's another. I'll remember it in a minute. But this guy is awesome, and seems to be a good guy. Never talked to him, never met him, but you look at his content, and this is one of the most one of the best chronicles of Americana Like if you're an American Studies person, which, in my opinion, is multimedia history. This is an awesome channel. So anyway, without further ado.
There was a real fear that if you let blacks get control, everything would change. And there was no, with some people, there was no idea that there would be any fairness or any democracy or anything, that there would be a decent, well-run city government, county government, whatever. It was like, if this happens, we're lost. And it was just a terrible fear. Southerners are like any other group of people. I mean, there are all kinds of folks that are included. And regardless of where they stood on integration or anything else, there were a lot of really good people who made wrong decisions and not so much did wrong things as failed to do right things. And when you look back on it, try to sort it out and figure out what could have been different. I think one of the things is that people felt a sense of being powerless. Maybe people who would have been willing to go along and go further and move forward sooner wouldn't have had any notion of any way that they could impact this, or that anything that they could personally do that would be helpful. Even as now, most of us live in a society that we think is far from perfect, and yet between now and 2 weeks from now, we're probably not going to do very much to change it. Partly because we have no sense of what we could do. And in the South, it was that way. Even people who were willing to take risk and move out were just not able to visualize what kinds of things could help. Or, how would you get enough people, if everybody that was willing to go to a certain step would move at once, then it would be accomplished. But we were all scattered out there. Nobody knew who else was willing to do what or make what changes. And there was not a lot of leadership. And leadership in the churches was, a lot of it was really forward-thinking and helpful. And then a lot of it was people who knew what the right thing to do was, but were terrified of taking any stand that would upset the congregation. There were people in the churches who wanted to keep the peace in the local church, in the congregation. And so they didn't want to do anything that might cause any kind of dissension. Politicians, even people who knew better, who would have been willing to go further personally or to have the state move forward, were always bound by fear of not getting reelected. And so
let me make one quick point. In my opinion, she's kind of talking in circles, but this almost reminds me of, the U.S. Constitutional Convention. Everybody, or at least most Northerners, and I suspect a number of Southerners, knew what the right thing to do was, and they compromised. And, it's the human condition, it's government. You're never going to get utopia. However, white people, even white Southerners, have known what right was. They knew what wrong was. But there are people like, say, a Donald Trump, who have decided that, hey, might makes right, and we need to get, back to a certain place, and we'll use any means necessary. Then they want to pretend that, oh, hey, once we get everything back the way we think it should be, we'll relax. We'll relax some rules. People will be brainwashed, or whatever the term would be, into knowing what the rules are. Literally, Donald Trump is rebirthing a form of the Confederate South. And yeah, democracy's messy. Any form of democracy is messy. In the United States, by the way, is kind of like a mixed government. It's really more a republic, but there are democratic aspects. And by the way, a republic is really a form of democracy. We could get into the weeds about all that, but she's basically saying that the sheep will be herded by the Peter Thiels or the Steve Bannons or the Donald Trumps. Okay, that Baba 2 bags full, the wool is white, and it is literally white mediocrity. And only when they get riled up in their best interests will they fight, or against their best interests will they fight a civil war. The Confederacy was literally an elite war. If you were the son of some rich scion or plantation owner, you could literally buy someone to take your place in the call up for war. I would argue that most people, young white males who fought for the Confederacy, were fighting against their own best interests. Their support for slavery is akin to what is happening with the argument that MAGA wants to make about oh hey, black jobs, for instance. These foreigners are taking the black jobs. That was kind of a similar argument that should have been made for whites of the South to be against slavery, but they weren't smart enough to understand that, hey, slavery is literally lowering your hourly wage. So anyway, none of that really matters, but I am convinced that history rhymes. America has not learned to think critically. And something like a patriotic education is designed to discourage critical thinking. MAGA, Donald Trump, Steve Bannon, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, they're afraid of, the quote hoi polloi, or the masses being trained to think critically. That would literally justify the point that how do these people get to be billionaires? And I don't have a problem with, wealth accumulation or being a billionaire. It just seems that, the billionaires like Elon Musk, they're really problematic. Billionaires like Donald Trump, they feel entitled to a presidency or the imperial presidency. Donald Trump literally feels like he has a right because he's a billionaire. Listen to some of his speeches. Listen to his rhetoric at some of these press conferences. He literally thinks America is his business and he is the CEO. As president, he owns the government. He gets to decide what's constitutional or not. It is almost an embarrassment for the majority demographic in this country, that more of the majority demographic can't figure out that Donald Trump and MAGA in particular is a poison. It is literally a time bomb. MAGA is, the Tea Party was laughable sometimes. They would put on their tricorn hats and, pretend to be patriots. MAGA is way more serious and a much bigger time bomb. It won't last. but it's going to be a bigger flash in the pan. It's going to be the type of flash in the pan that melts the pan. So anyway, done with my aimless thinking here.
Really, people who knew better just stuck with racism for political reasons. It's what I think. It was, but a lot of it just in average citizens was just that people didn't know what to do. They didn't know how to help. There still are a lot of strange myths floating around in the South. There were a lot of strange tales from Reconstruction. There's an awful lot of fiction that floats about, and so I have no idea what kind of weird notions people had, but mostly I think it is of losing control. There was some higher level
That's
of trust,
exactly it.
even if dishonest or corrupt.
Literally, control is what's driving the fear. It drives people like Donald Trump into office. There's nothing wrong with DEI. If it's something that's kind of going off the rails, then you go back and you fix it so it makes more sense or is more practicable or just more useful. What a person like Donald Trump does is, hey, we don't agree with the philosophy. Okay, it's not so much how it works. We don't think that leveling a playing field is a good thing, because if the playing field is level, there's the possibility we're going to lose control. Okay, Donald Trump goes to Greg Abbott and says, hey, look, the House is close, and it's close in 2025. We could lose control of a portion of the apparatus that will allow us to sally forth with this racist agenda. We need to do something. The man who wants to talk about cheating in elections wants to cheat. And the kind of interesting thing is, there's nothing that's illegal, but it is cheating. And Donald Trump, thinking he's the CEO of the country, and the country is his, like a company would be, he thinks, hey, whatever we can do to have the edge. This MAGA bullshit is dangerous, and it literally isn't going to go away. It won't last, but the mindset, okay, MAGA will evolve into something else. So that's my point about it being a time bomb.
White politicians than of a black in some position of authority over you, for people who had grown up with these myths and fears, so that it was easier to stick with somebody that you might not have even cared for, who was white. I know that there were people who actually became physically ill every time there was any big desegregation news. I mean, you could just count on it. If you went to their house, you knew they were going to be in bed. It really just was. This was after I was a grown woman, and it was pretty startling to me to discover that there were people that had that kind of, that were bound in that way to racism. But of course, there are people who are a lot worse that I didn't happen to know personally. For me, there's a lot of guilt that's involved, because growing up, if you grow up and accept things the way they are, then you have to wonder, why did you accept all of this? Why did you not question more? Or, why didn't you think about all these things that were happening? And I don't know what the answer to that is. My great-grandfather was a really good man, but he was really racist also. He, I guess, was influenced a lot by things that happened during Reconstruction. And he was not, and he was never a violent person, nor was he, it wasn't something that he spent a lot of time thinking about or talking about, but his views were, I remember mainly his never quite forgiving the Methodist Church for reuniting. You know, there was a Southern Methodist Church for a while, and he didn't think they should have gone back in with the Northern Methodist Church. There were a lot of really good people who were and are racist, and I don't know how you explain or justify, or a lot of people wouldn't even accept the fact that you can be both, but in my belief, you can. For instance, there were a lot of people who were willing to accept when Emmett Till was murdered, there were people who were willing to accept the fact that this was, I don't remember if they said it was a prank or what, but I mean, there were stories that this didn't really happen before they found the body. And there were people who were willing to accept that. There were the same kind of attitude was with almost everything where there was not an immediate finding of a body. There was always this thing, this is something somebody's made up, you know, just a lot of denial, a lot of people who didn't want to believe that this sort of thing would happen and would refuse to accept the fact that it was happening. I think there were a lot of people who did think it would be stopped, who never thought the change would actually happen, even after it was happening. And I think if there had not been that attitude, if people had known the change was going to happen anyhow, maybe it would have been faster. Maybe the holding the line would not have been so long and painful. But I think that part of the reason that
speaking of Emmett Till, hate to stop this, but this is an interesting little factoid. Let's see here. And I'm not going to read this through. Maybe there's a video. Let's see here.
President Biden established a national monument to commemorate the legacy of Emmett Till, whose murder helped ignite the civil rights movement, as well as his mom. We want to talk more about this and bring in the education director for the Emmett Till Interpretive Center, Benjamin Salisbury. Benjamin, thanks so much for being with us here. Let's first just start with today and the significance of this. Please, let's just have you first start by telling us a little bit more about what today means.
Well, thanks for having us, Legacy. So today's event, I think, marked a pivotal point in our nation's history when we think about race and racism, and when we just think about the American narrative as a whole. There's no doubt in the minds of myself and many others that that the tragic murder of Emmett Till and the trial that proceeded in a lot of ways helped, be a catalyst for the modern civil rights movement. So to have President Biden, by way of Antiquities Act signing, sites to be federally protected for perpetuity. Again, sites that are part of the Emmett Till story, and I say that respectfully, to his memory as well as his mother's and others. It speaks to us as a society, and dare I say as a nation, to be far more willing and deliberate in remembering these stories that speak to our identity, but also speaks to our ability to learn from this history and then move forward together.
Yeah, Benjamin, and let's just talk about Emmett Till, the impact that his legacy has had on people everywhere, because his death happened back in 1955, and all of this happening today on what would have been his 82nd birthday.
Absolutely. So, when he was murdered, he was 14 years old during the time of his murder. And I think as such, it happened at such a pivotal point in our nation's history, right? When we think about the 50s, and we think about the social climate of that day, it's without hyperbole that looking at, I think it was the level of brutality expressed on his body that caused people of many different races and cultures and backgrounds to stop and pause and give great wonder and concern to the fact that something like this has happened, and as a point of record did happen to a child. And what does that mean for us, right, as a species and as a society? And I think that question in a lot of ways, again, kind of catapulted us into the place over the next few decades to continue to work towards doing the best we can in some ways to ensure that it doesn't happen again, but then create an environment that would decrease the likelihood of it. So when we think about Emmett Till, when we think about the civil rights movement, there really is no civil rights movement outside of, one, the unfortunate murder of Emmett Till, but then two, the bravery of his mother, Mrs. Mamie Till Mobley, who allowed for there to be an open casket funeral, which just, again, that image of this child in wake, in a lot of ways, kind of forced America and society at large to really look at itself in a way that it had prior to.
Yeah, Benjamin, you just touched on a point that I also wanted to address too with the open casket funeral.
Well, I'm not going to go too far. If anyone wants to finish this out, but the interesting thing is that Emmett Till Investigations released ahead of the 70th anniversary of his death. Just an interesting, this lady brought up Emmett Till. Apparently it's, it happened contemporary to her. Emmett Till has just been in the news, is my point. So let's hear a little bit more. By the way, I noticed Be Brave has just started his racist, his racist circus. So if it gets interesting, we might even show a little bit of it.
Was not more change. It's just that people never did accept it as the reality of the day.
I have no idea what this means, Dave. Cannot disclose, but my wife brings me gifts. I have to take back to the airport today. Okay. If you say so, Dave. So this is the Be Brave debacle. Apparently he just goes to live and just fucking, maybe he's taking a shit right now. Motherfucker's taking a shit right now and can't quite make it to the microphone. That's probably what's going on. What a fucking idiot he is. Not he is Jed Clampett's idea of a YouTube host, apparently. All right, so let's see. Oh, you know what? That would have been interesting. And again, you know what? If anybody wants to hit the link, please do so. If anybody has, anything, a topic that's interesting, emphasis on interesting, feel free to drop it in the chat or come up and let me know. Otherwise, I shall wander. You know what? Actually, I do have probably some things that are worth watching. Oh, maybe we'll start with this. Oh, and I'm not above doing cooking videos today either. So don't threaten me with a hamburger. What's up, Lou?
definitely appreciate that. See, you ain't watch broke. You ain't watch broke though. You see what I'm saying?
God damn
Thank
it.
you, Venus.
This isn't
And
what
the
I
men
wanted
copy
to
our talking points. Yes, they do.
This is what do they call her? Sexy Red or something? Red to Muse. She actually had
More that you asked to
something that this is actually the first time I've ever
All
tuned
right.
into her show. I've heard of her before, but really the first time that I've ever actually gotten into her show. And I've heard a lot about her. I love her voice, by the way. That voice is pretty attractive. So I'm going to start here, and I'm not going to play a whole lot of it, but she did get my interest. Okay. Let's start here. And she makes great points throughout this. This is actually disgusting.
This was awful. This is terrible. Please hit the like, share, subscribe. So he paid a company for this woman to come over. I guess they were supposed to do whatever on live, but she didn't want to do it. So he gets increasingly upset that she did not want to participate in the sexual activities. Pretty crazy.
Remove that shit.
Yeah, that's good like that.
Hell yeah.
They can't even see you like that. That's good.
What is that?
Twitter.
But at this point,
Nobody gonna see
I'm not. If somebody disrespects me, I'm not going to be begging for them to respect me. I'm just going to dismiss myself and just move on. Obviously, they don't want to make you. It is what it is. Hey, Sugar Bum. He said, my ex and I used to do that after going out. We would park in our favorite place, drink and listen to R&B. Too bad he was a cheater. Girl, every fucking time, man. Every time. I love that kind of shit. Just chilling, sit back, listen to music. But, you know, they never happy. Ever. Hey, Stanley. Stanley Cross. Hello, how are you? Welcome. Let's see. Good morning, Mr. Stanley. Black Beauty Gaming. I remember this man being a whole fucking weirdo. I think we're going to have to do like a whole week on this one.
Is it not the whatever is happening?
It's not YouTube. It's Twitter. Nobody's gonna see.
No, I don't need.
So he about to smash this woman. So this is what these men be paying for and shit?
No, we agreed.
If you're giving me 20,000,
I told you 10.
20.
Okay, I'll give you 20. Damn. Just relax. You tweaking out. You gotta relax, yeah. You promised. You
Back to me. No, give me the money.
You promised.
No. Give me the money. Come on. No. I'm saying
No. You're fighting over the covers, girl. He never met this woman before in his life. I don't understand how they can sleep with somebody they've never met. Like, that's wild. That's just weirdo. That's also weirdo behavior to me.
No. I'm saying I'll save you. No.
You said yes. That's the only reason I brought you back, because you said yes.
Money.
I paid you already. I gave you 10,000 to come here.
You didn't give it to me. You gave it to the company.
Well, yeah, but you lied.
You didn't give it to me. You gave it to the company.
You lied to me.
God.
Get dressed. Put your clothes on. Put your fucking clothes on. I'm taking you back.
Okay, hold on real quick, because this is so bad. Hey, Jizzy, what's good? Yeah, he crazy. It gets fucking worse. It gets so much worse. Please hit the like, share, subscribe. Definitely, I got to turn this on because I don't know how this is gonna go. This is embarrassing for Black men. This is definitely. I said this when they was talking about this passport bro shit when they first started years ago. I said this is.
I want to make one quick point here. I tend to not like these sorts of generalization. No, this is not embarrassing to Black men. She makes the same mistake that I criticize people like John Galt for. Too broad a brush to paint with. I have no clue who this clown is. It's not an embarrassment for Black men. And even when you say Black men, that's too broad a category. Black men worldwide, Black men in the African diaspora. It's a sloppy way to make a point.
Gonna do anything but put a target on Black man's back. You are going to be targeted. Now it's going to make it uncomfortable for all Black men to travel when this type of shit happens.
Put your clothes on. Take me back. Put your shit on. Put your shit on. Put your clothes on. Put your clothes on. Put your clothes on. Come on, I'm serious. Put your clothes on. Come on. Take me back.
They were everywhere they go. Good morning, Gen Z. How you doing? Zero Tolerance. Good to see you. His subbies are paying him to smash on live chat. Yes, it's so gross. Passport bros ruin Brazil. They going to Africa, bringing their pookie nonsense over here. Now you have to have $2K in the bank to travel. That's why I forgot about that. So that's why they really stopped going to Brazil. Them women don't act right either, apparently. They literally targeted everywhere. It doesn't matter where they go, but they were being targeted before this, but this just amplifies it. You see what I'm saying? Oh no. But the live after this shit. Oh yeah. This is what I'm talking about.
Put your clothes on.
Put them on, bitch.
They strengthen the currency of the country that is introducing those tariffs in the short term. Meaning you would expect that other countries.
Somebody said in his chat, sadly, nothing is going to happen to Rello. The Nairobi police don't have the interest or ability to investigate this case. They can barely deal with the hundreds of robberies and assaults that occur. On top of that, the Passport Bros came together, including Austin Holloman and some of the top-notch content creators for the Black Passport Bros, saying he's denouncing his support for J. Rello. Like they had a whole little powwow and stuff. It was amazing. It was great. We will see this.
Put your clothes on now.
Look at this shit. Okay, hold on, because I think I have to cover it up here. I'm so sorry. Let's see. Boop. Put that there.
Put your clothes on.
Don't do that to me.
Put your clothes on now.
Don't do that to me.
Put your clothes on.
You will get arrested.
You will get arrested.
Now.
Ooh.
Do it. Continue.
You will get arrested.
Put your
clothes on.
Because you lied. Put your clothes on.
Don't do that to me.
Put your clothes on.
Don't do that.
Put your clothes on. I'm taking you back.
Say, these motherfuckers will disrespect the fuck out of you. Hell no. Disrespect will no. We as women can no longer tolerate disrespect from any man. The slightest sign of disrespect means that I'm going to leave because I'm not going to give you another chance to disrespect me again. The fuck out of here. I won't say nothing. I'm the type, I'm not going to say, you'll disrespect me. You won't even know it. And I'll move the fuck on. Won't say anything. And that actually kind of pisses narcissists off the most is that you won't say anything. You will move on and go about your life. And that makes them even more madder. Then they want the interaction from you. They want you to say, please stop. No. So they can keep testing your boundaries until you fucking leave. And then you, as a Black woman, sitting here trying to reason with a Black man that doesn't respect you to begin with. So why are you trying to reason with somebody that you already know doesn't care about what you want, how you feel? None of that shit. Why do we keep trying to make these niggas? What are we doing? Why are we okay with that? Or it's okay. Oh, it's just, that's just how he is. He's disrespectful. He needs to learn how to respect. And if he can't, you gotta move the fuck on. It is what it is. Does she know she's being filmed? I believe so. And that's why she said, no, stop.
Put your clothes
She
on.
set her boundaries and the nigga got mad. Usually when women set their boundaries, that's when a nigga gets mad. He's cool with you doing you can be cool, go with everything until you say no. That's when you become the bitch. That's when you're the whore. That's when she can't act right because you have boundaries as a woman. And some men feel entitled to women to where they feel like they shouldn't be tested.
All right, don't fight. Put your clothes on. Go, put them on. Put your clothes on. Put your clothes on now. Put your clothes on now. Put your fucking clothes on. When I told you, put your clothes on. Put your clothes on now. Put your clothes on now. Put your fucking clothes on. When I tell you put your clothes on, put your fucking clothes on. Fuck I look like.
This is fucking crazy.
Put your clothes on, bitch.
Insane.
Put your fucking clothes on now. I'll beat the shit out of you in here.
Hey, good morning, Renee. What's up? Just sat back down. So what we are witnessing is Jay Rello, a begging passport bro for the past 2 to 3 years. He's been to, so his supporters pay him, or he does fundraisers to where he goes to different places across the world, smashing women and shares his experience with those women. Because most of these men can't leave anyway. So they pay this nigga to do it. He is a convict. He got out of jail. They know, all that shit, whatever. So now he's in Kenya because they can't go to places somebody mentioned earlier. He can't really, yes, Sugar Mom. So they can't go to Brazil no more because they need $2,000 or more in the bank account so they can get the fuck back home. Okay, I'm sure that's the reason why. It did, Gen Z. That was crazy.
Put your clothes on.
This is
Put
crazy.
your fucking clothes on right now. Put your fucking clothes on right fucking now. Put them on. Put your shit on. You going home. Picking your dumb ass up right where you. I'm picking your dumb ass right where I left your dumb ass at. Go, I shouldn't have brought your stupid ass back. Don't touch none of my shit. What are you reaching for? Put your fucking clothes on. What the fuck are you reaching for?
More so because interest rates have come up, and borrowers
Fucking lie to me. You don't fucking lie to me. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. You fucking liar.
You're not my bitch.
Fucking lie to me. Fuck, I look like some simp you could just lie to? Put your shit on. Put your clothes on. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. You fucking liar.
You're not my bitch.
Fucking lie to me. Fuck, I look like some simp you could just lie to?
Oh, I look like a simp. Hell yeah, nigga. You just paid for some coochie. Yeah. Fuck you talking about?
Put your shit on. Put your clothes on. Where's your purse at? You getting the fuck out of here tonight. Fuck I look like. Bitch.
You know, I know I'm going to catch some flack, if not an outright strike for this. This motherfucker sounds like hood conservative. And I will just have to take the consequences.
All right, we got a guest real quick. What's up? What's up, Omni? How you doing today?
What's going on? I'm just looking at the LBH status that you got going on.
Yeah, that's what's up. You said the what?
LBH. Oh,
What
you don't know what people refer to supposed passport pros such as these in their country?
It's hard to hear you.
Oh, hold on. Can't you hear me now?
Yeah, there you go. What's up?
Okay. I'm just checking out the LBH show.
What that
They're
mean?
doing it. Oh, you don't know what these
Mm-mm.
people call passport bros in their country?
No, what is that?
Loser back home.
Oh, we are watching the passport, bro. Kick
Yeah.
out a Kenyan lady. I was gonna what I wanted to do was go over the video first and then come back and have a panel later.
I got you. It's your show.
Yeah.
Do what you do.
Yeah, no worries. Because I want to finish. I got to get through because this shit gets funnier. It gets worse. Well, this isn't funnier, but the panel afterward is hilarious. So that's what I was gonna do. But I did not know that is awful.
Yeah, they call them loser back home.
Oh, I thought it was never mind.
You can't get it popping. You can't get it popping here. You can't find a woman here, so you have to go to a whole nother country. They don't respect these dudes at all.
Losers and lames back home.
Yeah, they don't respect these dudes at all.
They don't respect them here. They don't respect that.
You know what? I'm gonna just go ahead and stop it here. Go to I think they call her Sexy Red. I don't know why. But Red 2 Muse is the show. You'll figure it out. I don't, pretty much what I saw even made me kind of go, what the fuck is this idiot doing? How can you be so cruel? In a country, the lady was like reaching under the pillow or something. What if she had pulled out a weapon? So next is Deacon Dave brought up Black Crow, and I respect Black Crow, but this was just almost. I think this is actually beneath Black Crow's intelligence. It really, I was unimpressed, to be honest. Keep your fetishes to yourself, so you can remain somewhat dignified. And this is what a lot of these motherfucking anti-black blacks who prefer white women, they literally come off as undignified. There's some things even your brothers don't need to know about you.
No, you want to see what my ex looked like? I'm gonna show you the closest approximate to what my ex looked like. And man, look, bro. Every time when I see a red-headed chick, bro.
Frankly, this sort of bullshit is why black women lose respect for black men. And again, I'll reemphasize, sometimes painting with too broad a brush, not everybody is like Black Crow. And again, I will stress that, I tend to think he's interesting, if not smart. I actually think he might be smart, but you're not smart when you just put shit out there, that will get you beat up. And maybe he disrespects black women to a point to where he doesn't care, but this motherfucking video is cringe, at least to an older black man. It's purely cringe. And Dave, feel free to tell him that if I don't run into him first.
Every time I see a red-headed chick.
Oh, wait, hold it. Dave, I might have been on mute. Feel free to express my opinion. This is motherfucking cringe. Black Crow opens himself up to all kinds of criticisms. Keep your fetishes to yourself. Especially this particular one right there.
Man, look.
Yeah, well, Steve,
You're right. I couldn't have her.
Lou, number one, name the fetish, and number two, I'm more verbal and older than Black Crow. People who want to come up against me, I don't know that I've actually shown a fetish other than fishing. And if I say a girl is cute in a video, hey, she's cute in a video. However, this is fetishism. he's showing some big hipped red woman. I'm sorry, redhead, fucking shaking her ass. And yeah, she's okay, but she's not all that. Oh, she reminds me of my wife. Motherfucker, that is weird. You know what? And I've said, hey, women kind of remind me of my wife, but I've never shown them shaking and out of shape flat booty.
Man, I could not have her. I couldn't have her. And it pisses me
I
off.
couldn't have her. I couldn't have her. Let's talk about my failure. Let's talk about I couldn't have her. I had to make choices. Motherfucker, keep your motherfucking. And by the way, if you look up here, oops, my redhead regurt story, did he mean regret or regurgitation? I can't tell. If you're gonna reveal your fucked up fetish, how about spell regret right? Do you regret or regurgitate? We can't tell. And again, Black Crow, I actually respect you. These are some things that a YN, you'll lose dignity when you do this sort of stuff. Even if your little chuckle buddies are chuckling with you, they're losing respect at the same time. I'm surprised at this video and kind of disappointed, to be honest.
I could have had her, but I would have had to have lowered my standards. And it's like, this is when I came. I feel you, bro. I feel you. This is when I came to the conclusion. This is one of the building blocks of my philosophy when it comes to dealing with the quote unquote fairest sex. You will have two choices.
Whoa. Did he mean the fairer sex as in the fairer sex, or does he mean fairer skin sex? Dude is just, honestly, I'm going to reemphasize. Stormcrow is, I think, possibly smart, but this is, to me, this is a book report that I'm going to mark up a bit and just give him a gentleman's C. He could have had an A. Don't share your fetishes. They're really something that should be kept quiet. And a wide-hipped, flat-ass white woman, that needs to be your fetish and something that's not shared. You open yourself up to criticisms that will be fair. Dude, don't do this. I recommend against it in future, sir.
Peace of mind or piece of ass. It is a very rare thing that you will actually get both. And when that time comes, you are going to choose peace or peace. And I chose for the peace, man. I chose peace of mind. And I had to let it go. I had to let it go. And it hurts me to my heart still to this day. I am 48 years old. I had to walk away from this bitch when I was in my 20s. I was 28. So it damn near, it was damn near 20 years almost to the motherfucking day.
Jesus.
That was like a decision that literally shaped the way my mind works going forward. Because that motherfucker has some big ass titties, a nice ass, pretty face, beautiful red hair, the freckles. And when I tell you this motherfucker could grip you like an iron lung, nigga, I'm telling you, I got through fucking that bitch on a motherfucking Sunday. I can still feel the grip on a motherfucking Tuesday.
Jesus fucking Christ. Dude, you are demeaning your intellect with this.
You understand what I'm talking about? I came this close to getting her pregnant.
Oh my God. You know, I didn't listen to this all the way through. I kind of stopped here. This woman's not bad looking, but goddamn. Keep your predilections and your fetishes to yourself. You open yourself up to all kinds of criticisms, not least from Black women who will look as good as this woman. Black Crow, I think you could possibly be smart, but this isn't evidence of growth. Do better, son. And by the way, it's not my place to even offer this advice. This just caught my attention. I honestly think this isn't your best work or your best clip.
Hair's breadth of getting her pregnant. So close. But I know if I had, and I'm looking and
Kelvin, my wife wasn't a redhead. That's all I'll say. Again, keep your fetishes to yourself. It will you open yourself up wide, in this case, to criticisms that just don't need to be. Let people, and again, it is not my place. I'm probably out of place. Truism will probably get kind of mad, and I hope he doesn't, because it's actually meant to be constructive. And I'm not half the creator. I'm not his brilliance. He's actually creative. I'm a motherfucking 2x4 wooden headed bore, sometimes and too often pedantic. However, even I respect Crow's intelligence too much to not criticize this. He is smarter than this. At least I think so.
she's my friend on Facebook. She's my friend on Facebook. And I'm looking at this shit, man. And I see the way her life turned out. Like, I dodged the bullet. But man, when I tell you, that it was a near thing, I mean it.
Okay, again, and Calvin, I'm sorry I was muted. This is not a unique redhead. This is some, what do they call them? She's a Southie. That's what she looks like. Go to any bar in Boston, any Irish pub in Boston, and there are a number of them. You'll find 18 of her. Some of them will look better. The good ones don't go to the good ones don't do these types of videos. Now that's just my old-fashioned old man Stanley point of view, but the good ones don't do this. And you know what? If there was a reason you didn't get with her, why do we need to be privy to your regret? Is beyond me. You're not, if you think you are teaching lessons to some younger folks, it's not what you think it is.
You understand me? I came very close to probably fucking up my life. All because of a fine redhead bitch with some of the best pussy I ever fucking had. I ain't gonna lie to you. There was only about, I would say, three women that I could actually remember off the top of my head who gave me some of the best pussy in my life. And this bitch right here, when she is okay, well, that's not, you know what I mean? The bitch on the screen, she's the avatar of the chick that that. She was the best of them all. And not on top of that, physically what I wanted. She was literally physically what I wanted. It was literally like the devil had literally just created a female with the exact specifications of what I would want. Big old
Is the motherfucking lesson that you can't always get what you want. The Rolling Stones did that a while ago. That was a lesson from a while ago. And she didn't fit your specifications all the way if she was toxic. You sound really weak philosophically here. This is not a sign of maturity. This is a sign of YNism.
Hips, nice ass, big ass titties. The motherfuckers was like ease or some shit. Them shits was fucking huge. Nice face, beautiful red hair, bluish green eyes with the front. When I tell you, when I tell y'all, is that you, Trey?
Yeah, that's me, bro.
Okay. When I tell y'all how close I came to throwing it all away over this bad white redhead bitch. I came so close to doing it. I don't know what I don't know how, I have no idea what my life would have ended up if I had done that. I probably would have been one of these weird dudes, fucking simple. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know. But I had to walk away. I had to walk away from it. And it sometimes it still kind of hurts on the inside. I don't know how to really explain it. Because I'm thinking to myself, everything that could have possibly been, had she had not been just a ratchet hood rat.
Do you know how stupid this sounds? Isn't he married now? Isn't he married to a redhead? I think I've heard him say that. This is not doing what he thinks it is. This is literally a John Galt who likes white women. Stupid, racist, high school level, unimpressive. And you know, again, I think Storm Crow is actually could possibly be smart, but this isn't it, son.
On the fucking Beckisha. I think about everything we could. I would
Well,
have had a
apparently,
nation of children.
you know what, Slick? Either his wife has no clue what he's doing on the internet. I hope she doesn't approve of this sort of thing. This motherfucker must have married Jessica Rabbit, because that's actually what this woman looks like. You think he just fell in love with maybe as a child he had a thing for Jessica Rabbit. And he can't, you know what? What if the woman he's talking about is actually Jessica Rabbit? Because this isn't the woman, at least according to Stormcrow. This isn't the actual woman. This is like a quote avatar. So maybe he fell in love with a movie character, Jessica Rabbit, and he's been trying to get some woman that approximates her ever since. This woman isn't as classy as fucking Jessica Rabbit. And in any case, this is creepy. This is not impressive. I'm just shocked that no one roasted his dumb ass. And again, I think Stormcrow is actually possibly potentially smart, but this isn't gonna this is weird.
This bitch. I would have shot every motherfucking shot I had in this bitch.
Jeez.
Every fucking second I had, my dick would have been inside this motherfucker. I'd have fucked the dog and the shit out this bitch.
Oh my God.
Yes, the fuck I would have. And laugh like a madman, busting a big old every time. But I had to walk away, man. I had to do it.
All I have to say, and I get your point, but content for content's sake, thank God. You know what? I don't even know what to say about that. It is what it is. And thank God it was what it was. Again, I think he's potentially smart. And he doesn't give a fuck what I think. He's a better dude, is way more creative. He's way more talented. Let's just face that. I realize it, but I think he could have done better. And some content is best left behind a paywall, maybe. Maybe that's my point. Put it behind a paywall. So let's have a look at this. It's saved somewhere.
This book sold suits, books, and even entire houses. It was the Sears and Roebuck catalog, and when it landed on Black families' porches, it turned something that used to be a ritual of humiliation into something closer to dignity. So join us today for the untold story of how a simple catalog accidentally fought Jim Crow. I'm your host, Country Boy, and this is One Mic Black History. And if you like stories like this, you can find more stories like this at onemichistory.com. But without further ado, let's get started. Before we dive into the Sears catalog, it's important to understand what Jim Crow looked like at the store counter. Before the Pleasant versus Ferguson stamped separate but equal into law in 1896, segregation was enforced not just by statutes, but by custom. In rural rural towns, the country store was the gatekeeper of life. Most black families were tenant farmers or sharecroppers, and credit ran through white merchants who set the prices, kept the books, and controlled interest in the crop lien system, which was a line of credit that allowed sharecroppers to obtain supplies and loans that kept our people in debt. At the store counter, humiliation was policy. You could be made to wait while every white customer was helped first. You could be denied formal titles like Mr. and Miss, barred from trying on clothes, steered towards inferior goods, or told that an item was good enough for a nigga. Even the shelves joined in with caricatures on packages and ads that turned racism into branding. Pushing back meant real risk of eviction, arrest, and maybe much worse. This led black communities to answer with a strategy. They opened co-ops and credit unions, patronized black-owned stores. In the 1930s, they started Don't Buy Where You Can't Work campaigns. Long before lunch counter sit-ins, people were already attempting to fight Jim Crow at the cash register. And this is when something different arrived that didn't require a lunch counter at all. It simply required a mailing address. The mail order catalog began with Montgomery Ward in 1872, but the Sears and Roebuck Company turbocharged it in the 1890s. Richard Sears started with watches, and he teamed up with Alvin Roebuck. And by 1894, Sears' Book of Bargains became a thick illustrated general catalog. Under Julius Renraw's leadership in the 1900s, Sears scaled into a national powerhouse, mailing out millions of catalogs a year and standardizing the satisfaction guaranteed pricing. Everything from farm tools to clothing to stoves and even housing kits. The catalog wasn't just a book, it was a national store delivered to your kitchen table. So, for black customers living under Jim Crow, this was huge. The Sears catalog turned everyday shopping, which could be a site of humiliation and exclusion, into a private transaction. And this change was offset by two things. First, anonymity and dignity. You browsed at home, mailed an order, paid a national price. There was no clerk sizing you up, no side doors, no special totals at the register. In towns where black customers couldn't even try on clothing or were forced to wait for white patrons, that broke daily rituals of disrespect. Secondly, national standardized pricing was a new way to pay. Catalogs were national and printed in ink and not negotiated at a hostile store counter. Sears accepted postal money orders and later offered installment plans on big purchases. These workarounds circumvented banks or merchants that denied fair credit or charged punishing crop lien terms. Additionally, two postal tools were also critical: rural free delivery, which started in 1896, and the parcel post, which started in 1913. The RFD and the postal post switched remote farms into a national logistic network. Backed by federal law, your order traveled.
Trey, you know what? That's why the catalogs were genius, because there were probably a lot of white people who agreed with you. We don't have to shop with those N words. However, you know, even look, I'm 60, so y'all don't remember the Christmas catalog as it was. J.C. Penney had a Christmas catalog too. And you know, back in like the say the 70s is pretty much, in my opinion, is when that catalog heyday was. The Christmas catalog, shit, we used to wait for it. And you know, my sister and I, because my brother came along a little bit later, um yeah, we used to shit we it's almost how you learn to comparison shop. You know, was the toy a little bit cheaper in the JC Penney catalog versus the Sears catalog? Dude, there were times, motherfucker, I used to love Christmas. And I lost love for Christmas when I stopped getting toys. You know, that first year, and like maybe it was high school, I got some clothes and socks and stuff and no toys. Motherfucker, Christmas was over. I have literally, I've hated Christmas ever since. And I kind of started liking Christmas again when my son was, an infant. I actually used to have fun, shopping for toys for him. And there is a magic to seeing kids like 4 years old. They get fascinated with the Christmas tree and all that. Now my son is 19, and last Christmas he was 18. And you know what? When he got home from school, it was like, "Hey, can I put up the Christmas tree?" And my response is, "Yeah, if you must, but you're gonna take the motherfucker down too." You want a Christmas tree, son? You better take care of that tree and take it down when you fucking go back. But anyway, that's why I'm looking at this. Christmas catalogs used to be the bomb.
By mail, not at a storekeeper's leisure. Interfering with its delivery risks federal penalties, which blunted local officials' ability to block and intimidate customers. Money
Yeah.
orders and cash on delivery.
Hey, Trey, you didn't mention it. I did. Why are you putting yourself in the middle of my comment? I don't give a fuck whether you mention race or not. I brought it up. So thanks for that content.
Meant that you could pay a federal carrier, not a hostile shopkeeper or banker. And the post office was a federal space. Postal rules mandated equal service, and interfering with the mail was a federal offense. In places where customs outweighed rights, that blue and gray uniform offered a rare protection. Safety sat in that catalog too. Sears listed rifles alongside farm gear at a time
Oh,
when
that's
local
right. You
laws
used to be able to
often
get like
failed to
BB
protect
guns
Black
and stuff.
communities. Ida B.
Fucking
Wells
Christmas
famously
catalog
wrote that
was
a Winchester
awesome.
rifle should have a place of honor in every Black home. Ordering
It
by
did.
mail meant lawful self-defense without the hostility of the white gaze. Additionally, while Montgomery Ward insisted on cash, Sears leaned into
Montgomery
installment
Ward
plans for
had
big ticket
gone
items
away,
and one national price.
at
That
least in
combination
my neck of
undercut
the
the
woods.
company's
I
stores
don't
where merchants
remember getting
controlled goods
Montgomery
and
Ward
credit.
catalog.
By buying a stove or a plow at a national price and paying for it over time to a firm hundreds of miles away, it loosened the grip that the gatekeepers had over your life. So by the time of the first wave of the Great Migration happened in the early 1920s, millions of Black Southerners were already completely literate in the
What's up,
language
Mike?
of catalogs, sizes, model numbers, and prices that matched between Mississippi and Chicago. By the 1910s, you could order seeds, a sonograph, or a radio. By the 1920s, telephone lines and order desks sped up things even further, and each layer widened the gap between a local store that could dictate and determine what you can purchase. But this quiet revolution by mail completely threatened the Jim Crow order of things. So the local white gatekeepers moved to shut it down completely. Newspapers reported on catalog burnings. In some towns, the store owner was the postmaster. If you were Black, that meant refusals to sell money orders or even stamps. Sears would study the choke points and he would attempt to work around them. Fine print in the catalog told customers how they could hand orders directly to the rural postal carrier, bypassing unhelpful postmasters. Copywriters promised to fulfill orders even if the handwriting was shaky or a note wasn't on the official form. So a smear campaign followed. As mail order shopping cut into that local control, opponents spread racist rumors that Sears and Montgomery Ward were owned by Black people to scare off white customers. The companies would push back, printing photos of their founders, offering rewards to anyone who could trace back the lies. But facts mattered very little in the Jim Crow economy where intimidation and retaliation was common. After the parcel post made shipping cheaper and more reliable, this combination of national pricing, federal delivery, and written guarantees further narrowed the room for petty local monopolies. However, even as Sears mail order catalog helped Black families shop from home, the company struggled with fairness inside its own workforce. In the late 1970s and early 80s, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission brought cases of alleged racial bias on Sears hiring practices. Sears settled several cases agreeing to change their personnel practices. In 1986, the EEOC high-profile sex discrimination case against Sears went to trial. Sears would ultimately win the case, but the case became a touchstone for a bigger problem in the United States. U.S. law often failed to capture overlapping discrimination, especially when Black women face the intersection of race and gender. So, why does any of this matter? The Sears catalog matters because it changed the terms of everyday power. In Jim Crow stores, Black customers paid a color tax. They were steered toward the worst goods, denied returns, humiliated at the counter. The catalog flattened out that hierarchy. It published prices in print. It promised refunds in writing. It let people choose the quality for themselves. It replaced the local gatekeeper with a contract, order form, money order, and a receipt. A paper trail was more than a shopping record. It was leverage. These habits, comparing prices, demanding guarantees, sending back what wasn't right, taught a language of rights long before sit-ins. And this ripple effect was very real. Local shopkeepers had to compete or fear losing business. Money orders let Black families outfit their homes, schools, and churches with the same ovens, stoves, pianos, books, and tools the white folks were using. Sears didn't set out to topple Jim Crow. It followed the money in a way that weakened the local system of control. It showed how Black people could use standardized systems to punctuate local customs. And this is why this isn't just a quaint story about a simple catalog. It is an economic blueprint for how simple changes can completely reroute the source of economic power. Thank you. I'm your host, Country Boy, and this has been One Mic Black History. If you
Yeah, One Mic Black History, it is an excellent channel. And this dude, once again, I fail. I fail in my creativity. And quite frankly, I'm just lazy. Someone made, who was it? I don't think it was you, Mike. Someone made the comment that I show other people's work, which is true, but you know, the content is in my reaction to it. And by the way, if you're new to the Stanley Cross channel, please subscribe. Make sure you hit the like button. But there is original content. There are video essays, which I've gotten away from, but mostly because it was summer and you know I was busy. But there's original content where I actually go and do a bit of research and thinking on the channel. So yep, I like doing lives. It's a little bit more suited. Lives are more suited to my personality. I'm kind of a shoot from the hip guy. I'm a fast twitch thinker. That's kind of why I like the Navy so much. Sometimes you have to figure out problems that don't present themselves in rule books or field manuals, and thinking from the hip, shooting from the hip. Yeah, that's what I do. And I do better than most people I've ever met. I just know how to come up with solutions fairly quickly, even if they're stopgap. You know, maybe we will get a chance to think longer and harder and better about it. But motherfucker, I'm a problem solver and I love puzzles. I just like solving problems. And that's why that's why I think there are nightshades that are problems to be solved, and sometimes they don't like my solutions. I do one-liners as a solution, and here is the white shade who wants to be a nightshade or something like that.
And
We'll
I don't
take a
care if
look
the
at
chat
this
wants
for
to
a
hear it.
while.
This is, like I said, my stream, I don't worry about views. I don't give a fuck about shit. All that matters is what I want. And you're insulting my intelligence.
The
And I
masked
don't
man.
appreciate it. I don't need you trying to come off like you're informing me of something that isn't quite fucking obvious. We know why they did it. The point is who did it? Son of a bitch, fella. Now move on or
Does
drop it.
Be Brave know how silly he looks?
What's on your mind today, Ryan?
Yeah, go ahead. I was just thinking how you're turning into Stanley because you don't even let me say a word.
Not when you're going to insult my intelligence like that. You think I want to hear you drone on about telling us something that is obvious, Ryan?
Stanley lives.
The chat might get a kick out of it because they really like you, Ryan. They really do. I like you too, Ryan. I mean, goddamn, but don't get me wrong. But you're not going to come on my stream and talk down to me like I'm some dumb fucking second grader that don't know the obvious, the motives behind political
Hey,
fucking
whoa.
Jesus Christ, I've been...
This motherfucker, no, we don't regard you as a dumb seventh grader because you said you went to the sixth grade. Seventh grade is aspirational at this point. See, this motherfucker is a liar and he doesn't even remember his own lie. That's why I think he's stupid. You will never go wrong telling the truth. The motherfucker. See, dumb fucks like Be Brave and Ryan and John Galt. And yeah, I said Ryan, even though I like Ryan. Motherfucker, y'all don't understand how to think. You don't. The way you think is so one note as to not be useful outside of your specialty. And that's one of the problems with the American education system these days. I would even say through college, they train you to do one thing. They train you to have tunnel vision. And that is one of the things that America has failed on probably since the 1940s. So, oh, look, John Galt just showed up on his racist daddy's chat. So let's get back to this stupidity. Maybe I want to be look at the title of the show. The last part of the title, the I want to be a white black. That is dedicated to the upcoming John Galt show. I hate myself, so I want to be white black.
Thinking about it since 1990 and hitting bullseyes all over the fucking place. You think I need you to tell me, well, they're doing it to make themselves look better for re-election? Shut up.
Jesus fucking Christ. This motherfucker, there are black people like John Galt who think Be Brave is a motherfucking thinker and a successful white man. This is horrifying. This is motherfucking, oh God, I pray for the black man who thinks this moron, homemade mask, outhouse builder, silly hat, and cheap Foster Grant sunglasses. This motherfucker is John Galt's icon of success?
It's not going to happen. That's offensive to me. The chat probably gets a kick out of it, but not me. I don't appreciate it. My question is, well, let me see. I don't think I'd have to tell Ryan something that obvious, so I wouldn't tell Ryan something that obvious. See, that's what you need to, reciprocate. Yeah, don't talk to me like I'm a fucking dumbass. The fucking chat all knows the motives, the political motives behind taking serious crimes and lowering them.
Number one, it's destruction, which you don't want to confront, engineered destruction. Number two, superficial sandbox shit. Yeah, it helps with votes. But you see, that's another thing that disgusts me. You're stopping at votes. That's for votes. Oh, Ryan, it's to destroy society. You dumb fucker. And I know you're not dumb. You dipshit. That's an engineered decay of social structure.
Hey,
systems.
dumb fuck.
Take all the serious crimes and move them to lower crimes.
Hey, dumb fuck. Who engineered it? The white people you want to be engineered it, motherfucker. And you literally exist in a white failure of society, but you can't figure out all the problems in the white man's country the white man is responsible for. You can't step outside of that bubble. Okay, if you take your fucking stupid 6th grade education racist ideology to the logical conclusion, well, black people aren't responsible for this in a white man's country. But see, people, your own skin folk would slap you upside that head and tell you to take off the mask and the sunglasses so you can see reality. Be brave. You are literally stupid. You are, but dude, if I were a white supremacist, I would be saddened at this. You're not even a good white supremacist. You're dumb.
What happens? Society, the people on the street suffer. That's engineered decay.
What's up, Lawrence? What's up, Frost?
I'm willing to stop it like, okay, it's for votes if you need to. And that's still insulting that you think you need to inform somebody that it was for votes.
Being stupid, so it's a normal.
We're gonna have to move on.
It's a normal day for Be Brave.
You done got on my nerves
dropout.
With your fucking insinuating that people don't have any fucking brains but you, with your stupid, inane, silly, stupid, obvious explanation of, hey, people, you really need to breathe oxygen, though. I think if you do, you'll be better. Yeah, no shit. It was done for votes.
This motherfucker is looking like this on a camera.
We're not privy to, which proves my point.
I have a question.
It shows us how fucking powerless we are.
That mask looks like a modified patch for tough skin jeans. Do you think when the little piece around his nose gets frayed that it tickles? Those little threads that are hanging down right now, do they tickle his nose? I next time I talk to Be Brave, I'm gonna have to ask him that.
Fox News didn't care about who told that police that. That's because Fox News knows. Don't go any further. This is kid stuff. Don't take it serious. That's what Fox News knows.
Hey, I think John's in the chat. He might want to come up.
Oh, I don't see him down here.
He's a holy man.
Oh,
well,
good. So
Richard just pinned it.
Trash
Oh,
John.
thank you,
Get
Richard.
to do a 3.
I probably should go. I'll go over there and pin it. I'm afraid to. If I do, I'll probably fuck it up.
Nah, you won't. Yeah. So, I don't know. What's this say? What's Nate saying?
It shows that there's a large group of people that will ruin society for their own benefit. Yeah. That's why we need to get at, and we need a fall guy at least. That's all I'm getting at. I don't get, you think that, you know what, a conspiracy there is, they offer up a fall guy, you think I would have fallen for that? But I would have said, at least they got us to a fall guy. They don't even have to do that with us.
Well, I was going to give you some additional examples.
That's how subdued we are. They didn't even have to ask him who did it.
Yeah, I was going to. There's more examples than the one you gave, though. There's
a thousand. There's 1,000. That's my point. So find out who's doing it. What I'm
Yeah.
saying, this example is the neon sign that we can all learn something from. We're powerless. Live your life. We live like gods. Don't be stupid with your politics. This isn't what it seems. This example proves it. Fox News helped move people into more of a zone of like relaxation. Yeah, there's nothing anybody's going to do about this, man. The fucking chairman of the police union was told to do something, and it didn't matter who told him to do it.
Well, Brave, the other channels didn't even report it. They didn't even say what Fox said.
That's why I said earlier, Fox is going to give the conservatives the left-right needle fix. Look at the. He was told to lower all the crime. No, none of them people standing at the cooler are going to ask what I ask, and I'm saying, but who told him to? See, they're just going to go, see, it's those goddamn liberals. It's those goddamn liberals.
I hate Fox News, so I get it, but I think it's even worse.
I don't care. They're still the conservative wing.
I mean, MSDNC didn't even say a damn thing. They act like it's not even happening.
Well, of course. What do you think they would? They're left. It's the left-right bullshit. That's what I'm saying. That's why Fox picked it up. Oh, let's give these stupid fucking inane conservatives something to fucking talk about around the water cooler tomorrow morning. Oh, I tell you, boy, we got them. Yes, sir. You stupid fucking conservatives make me sick. You see, I don't expect stupid blue-haired liberals to be conspiracy theorists. You know why I expect conservatives to be more along the conspiratorial line of thinking? Because they think so well about so much of their other facets of their life. Their business is excellent. Their family, when they decide to raise a family, excellent. When they decide to be an employee, it's excellent. When they decide to be a plumber or a carpenter or a fucking, they're excellent. That's why I expect more out of them. Everything else they do is excellent. And then all of a sudden, when it comes to real politics, they just drop off and turn into children. Now, hold on. I don't mind it. I don't mind it if you know how to shut up and drop off. That I don't mind. But if you're going to stand at that fucking water cooler and you're going to talk about the chairman of the fucking head of the police union in Washington fucking D.C., fucking taking crimes and making them all lesser, that's going to hurt society right to the bone. I expect a conservative that thinks so well in all of those other areas to at least ask the obvious question, who told him to do that? But they don't. That's why conservatives make me fucking sick. They're too smart. And what they're doing, I just want them to do this. This is what I should start a movement. If you're too important to say anything, you're hurting people by saying stupid shit that you're safe to say. You're now hurting us. This is getting serious. We need to find out who told him that. You conservatives are the one that are the people that are supposedly not afraid of looking into shit. You have to stop talking like children eventually. Fuck the safe zone sandbox. Or it's more becoming to say, I'm not saying anything. I wouldn't blame you a bit. You know what? If a conservative said, you know what, I got a family to feed, man. That was spooky. I'm not even commenting on it because he doesn't want to look like a suspicious conspiracy theorist. Man, that's admirable to me. Sir, I salute. Don't say anything. That's impressive to me. Don't come out in the safe zone because you want to run your fucking mouth and then feed into the left-right stupid shit that keeps destroying our culture. That's all I'm saying, folks. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, man.
I'm not. I mean, look, I don't. I agree that conservatives are dumb. I'm not really a fan of conservatives, but I mean, obviously the liberals are crazy. So
yeah. I mean,
but I do think that when you see the entire city is run by one party for 100 years. I mean, I'm not even talking left right.
Well, then don't talk left right. Because obviously it's not the fucking liberals running that one fucking city, you dumbass. If it's been intact, ran the same fucking way for 100 years, it's not the fucking liberals doing it, is it? That's obvious. Again, if you want to say something, somebody's been running that city and using liberals to do it for 100 years. That would be the logical thing to say. But you got to go back into your
that would be the logical thing to say. What a
sandbox
fucking moron.
Who's this? Oh.
Yeah, I'm pretty much
What's up, Bree?
bored with this.
Letting them run it is what I'm asking.
What's up, Bree?
Hey, John.
What's up, Bree? I'm outside. I'm in Brooklyn, man. It's you know, what's going on, Bree?
Oh,
Oh,
it's
nothing
great
much.
John
I just
Galt.
wanted to know who in the fuck told that fucking chairman of the police union to lower all those crimes. And my only question was, I just want to know who told him to do it. And Fox News said, "Don't worry about that. Let's move on."
You know, I
And all
covered that, Bree.
all I was pointing out, John, is this: folks were powerless. Live your life and live like gods. Don't worry about shit. These little things should give you your indication, folks. We don't know what's going on, and it ain't none of our business. It ain't.
See, this is an interesting point. Ignore it, live your life like gods. This is literally the recipe for failure. Okay, it'll be okay. Hey, if you want to live your life like that, but if that is the way you live your life, don't talk about how great white people are. Essentially, what Be Brave is saying here is that, hey, I'm a white man. I'll be okay because I'm white. They're not going to let me fail. And dude, this is 2025. He needs to understand that even fools like himself, those days are over. Trump is actually going to wind up wrecking a lot of fucking white trash too. He doesn't give a fuck. Trump is actually more into class. He is a racist, but you know what? If you're rich, that dumb fucking bullshit that the supposed socialist Be Brave wants to push, it is so weird to hear someone who calls himself a socialist pushing a racist narrative. And Bob got it right. CT got it right. Everybody who's not as stupid as Be Brave and uneducated knows that rich is rich in a lot of cases. Race may play a part, but rich is rich. And Be Brave isn't that bright. He sounds smart, but if you actually know something, he's not that bright. It's the fools like Ryan. And Ryan is smart, but he's one note. Be Brave is a problem mostly to the black people who think he's smart. Like John Galt, he has disappointed me over this last year. He doesn't have the capacity to grow. And I don't understand why. He has all the tools.
You know, Brave was interesting in that story because I covered it. The police officer who brought up all this stuff, the hidden crime statistics.
Yeah, he is a class.
His wife,
Lou,
who's
I
also on the police
hope
force.
you heard me say that.
They made her
and I didn't
go
even
work
read
midnights
what
in
you
the ghetto
said.
in my neighborhood.
He is a racist,
Interesting,
but
huh?
class.
Like they-
So at what point does he say, wait a minute, I was told
At
to,
least
and
in
give a
Trump's
name who
mind.
told it, is my question, John. Or even somebody punishing his wife was a left-right fucking ploy game show.
Well,
It was a
well,
fucking show.
Well, what did they?
It's a fucking show. Go ahead, John.
What did they punish her and how did they punish her? They say, hey, you're gonna have to go work around the Negroes.
Right.
That's gonna be your punishment.
She was protected, John. They didn't throw her there. She was protected. They did that for show.
Brave, and Ryan would know, just to go over there at midnight to work a shift would be punishment enough. Even if she
Why
never
is
left
John
off,
Galt
just to
lisping?
drive over there in the
Can
ghetto.
anyone tell me
when there
this?
are no stores, nothing.
Why is John Galt lisping? Can someone help me out here? I have a theory.
Around, no commerce. You just in the ghetto, man. There's nothing around. Well, she was probably patrolling in the neighborhood where stores, commerce, that people actually were nice to her. that would be a punishment. Just forcing her to go work over there in the ghetto would be a hell of a punishment, bro.
My point still stands. Who in the fuck told him to do that is what I want to know.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It is very interesting. This is why this was conservatives. If they don't want to ask that question because of their image and and I understand conservatives are the one that are by far the performers in life when it comes to making our economy go around. Conservatives, bless their hearts, are the performers. I understand them not wanting. So then my point is just shut up then. Just shut up. Sometimes things are getting too serious. I remember 50 years ago when you could stand around the cooler and speak in the sandbox of the left-right shit and there was no harm because life was pretty goddamn good. I was there, remember? You spit in the fucking wind and shit came back money. It's not like that anymore. Young people got to figure out how to buy a goddamn home now. You didn't have to 50 years ago. You didn't have to. Shit's getting serious. It's time for people to shut up if you don't want to speak about reality. It's time for you to learn to shut up at least. Stop feeding that left-right machine, that left-right sandbox with your brains. Conservatives are the brains of our society. Stop it.
Brave, I talked to my buddy Philippe last night.
Did you? What's going on with him?
It's an interesting story. It may affect someone like you. He bumped into a liberal white woman. She was passing out flyers. I guess they're having a protest on Labor Day, anti-Trump. And she was explaining to my buddy Philippe, he's black, so she's thinking that he's probably sympathetic to the whole cause. And she says a whole bunch of people, it's a whole country, empty, middle of America, where Be Braves of the world lives. Why can't we bring the third world in here and let them live there? Why should we let them be forced to live in misery when we got places?
Has anyone noticed the lisp?
She was passing out flyers.
Not showing his
like
whole
I've heard
face.
it, and
Any
you always,
ideas?
people say, "Oh, this is just a conspiracy, this and that," but it's real, Brave. Like I truly believe they
Why
want
don't you want to have any ideas?
right?
This
To
ain't no
suppress white.
liberals. This ain't no liberals, and this ain't no liberals shutting down the border. It ain't no fucking liberals bringing migrants in. This is way, way higher than that.
Yeah, this is real serious stuff here. Yeah, this is real serious stuff here,
You'll be
Brave.
the first to know when I'll tell you, because I see Spanish people here, but you can tell they've been here a long time in this legacy white town. There's not that many of them, but you can tell they've been here for years. Very well mannered. You can tell they just love where they're at. You can tell they don't have a political bone in their body, man. They can tell they love where they're at. I'll let you know when they start filling in the Haitians. Oh, look here, sub-Saharan Africans right in my little small white town. I'll be damned. I'll let you know. I did see a Haitian. I did see one Haitian so far, and that was about. But they're gone in that house. That something happened. I don't know what happened, but yeah, I did see one Haitian.
Does better than everybody.
Sure did. I said, "Oh
Yeah.
fuck, here we go." Because I've always wondered when they're going to shut these small white towns down. They're all over the nation. Folks, you don't know what it's like when there's a population of 10, 12,000 white people and everything just functions real well. I don't think they're going to let that go on much longer, folks. I can't picture it because it's too much of an example of first world white culture magnificence. It just is. I'll try to bring John back up here.
Truism.
They might be in Brooklyn. I think it's on the street in Brooklyn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It probably.
And I'm actually,
Anyway, so there's the
Hey, Truism, I had a critique of your redhead fetish video. I want you to go back and listen to it. You will probably beat me up for it, but it's an honest assessment, and but I'm glad to see you. Hit the like button, everyone, and hit the link. Though I am gonna make a beer run, and I'm gonna try out a feature in YouTube that I've never noticed or seen used. Hey, Latino. Anyway, we'll listen to
he's not in the back.
This.
I tried, John. Come on back, buddy. But yeah, no, no. I'll be the first to let y'all know it's over here. It's done. We're done. They're bringing them in. This town's been this way for 100 goddamn years. I guess they said enough of that shit.
Yeah, it's called progress, white trash.
Hey, Brave.
Yeah.
You know we to talk on these here streets here, Brave.
Yeah, no, I've heard a little bit of it. Brave hasn't met any of the new Hispanics yet. That explains a lot. Yeah, you know, Herman, they're in the larger cities. But I'll tell you what, those Hispanics, I guarantee you, Herman, most of them, I guarantee you, if they're off by themselves or in a small group, they're not empowered. The ones you're seeing, Herman, they're empowered by the corporate Spanish agents that are setting shit in motion. And by that, I mean goddamn fucking Mexican gangs that are propped up by your tax dollars, trust me, in one way or the fucking other.
Yeah, I believe that. I believe that, Brave. I've even seen the Mexicans teaming up with the Chinese in the fentanyl trade.
Yeah, well, yeah, when they're fucking
The
sending
Chinese?
skids of precursor chemicals to
What's
Mexico,
Chinese?
and the gangs are getting the skids, you know,
Something
they're
is
not
new.
sending 5-gallon jugs, folks. They're sending skids of 50-gallon barrels of precursor chemicals to Mexico. Yeah, you might want to, you know, connect a dot or two. All righty then. Ooh, China's just trying to destroy us. Shut the fuck up. Stop.
Hey, Brave.
China don't do
I just
anything
joined.
the U.S. tells them and gives them permission to. Go ahead, John.
I just joined, man, so I'm not sure what your topic was, but I've been getting a lot of texts and emails and stuff like that. I watched a couple live streams, and bro, Brave, this black community seems to be imploding on these YouTube panels. And I keep hearing your name and my name coming up. And it almost makes me think, Brave, that if we weren't talking about them,
It
like,
almost
what would they
makes
have to,
me
who would they
think,
have to talk
Brave,
about? But they don't
that
seem to have content outside
motherfucker,
of
you
GP.
sound like Dennis the
Well, I went over there right quick early this morning. I said, because I always go, well,
Mr. Wilson.
they're after you, John, way more than they're after me. Although they're blaming, they're putting us together. But I heard Here for the Tea saying some stuff, talking about, oh, poor her, she doesn't do anything, and she just gets attacked for nothing. Here for the Tea has been name calling me for 3 fucking years in CT's chat. I ain't never said nothing. Hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me finish. Right there. 3 fucking years. So I said, you know what? That's when I put a bug in my ear. I said, I got to get these 3 minutes with Bob, because Bob the other day again said, he didn't say my name, but he said he's being attacked. He's being attacked and he's just an innocent bystander. That filthy, vile ass fucking psychotropic, med addicted fucking creepy crawling prick is acting like he didn't do nothing. That's why I did my short 3 minutes. I got it. He can take that down now. I got it on my stream. The 2 minutes that Bob is fucking calling me everything but a fucking white man. First, I didn't say any fucking thing to him. That's why I went over there and did that, because I'm here for the tea going, oh, we're not saying anything. It's just shut the fuck up. And take that fucking stupid wig off. You want to look pretty, just go look pretty, and take your fucking eyelashes off too. Jesus Christ. Man, and understand you got a fucking man that's wondering where the fuck you're at, unless he's glad to be rid of your mouth, saying go talk to them. I'm sick of hearing it. Go ahead, John. What's on your mind?
So I had someone, and I won't mention their name. They called me and they said,
yeah, let me pause this right quick. So this motherfucker, the toothless John Galt, is literally letting some knee patch as a mask dumbass disparage someone like Here for the Tea. John's a pussy, and a toothless pussy at that.
They said, John, you may have it wrong with T and JP. I said, well, how so?
How so? How
they've
so?
been doing this for years.
So they've been wanting to fuck for years. Duh.
And I said, so what you're telling me? So I said, what you're telling me is that I got it
Be
wrong.
brave as the bitch. John is
And these blacks have been
passive-aggressive male.
behaving like this, unscripted, for years, and they don't want to fuck, right? So let's take the
Listen
sexual
to these
tension out, because that's where T has
motherfucking
issue.
vile fucking human beings. T, and from everything, I don't know T outside of her show, which, by the way, I was actually talking to her at the end of her show today. And it's the Child Listen podcast. Just type it in. I'll drop the link if I think about it. T has done nothing wrong. She is happily married, is perfectly happy in her life. I don't understand this weird perversion that Be Brave and his wife, John Galt. And by the way, John Galt is the male in the relationship. Someone just asked. He's the passive aggressive male. And Be Brave, I'm sorry, John Galt is the passive aggressive male husband. And Be Brave is the fussy bitch of a wife. Why they're doing this perverted thing, other than just being bitchy, where are they getting this from? JP is his own entity, and what they're trying, I get the impression that they actually believe this. That's the scary part. These are two adult Americans, well, let's just go with adult American males who are best friends, but they have a secret. And John is lisping, and Be Brave is not asking why.
Okay.
No,
there is
you
no
can take
sexual
that.
tension.
I'm not.
You two
I'm
niggers.
too acquainted with sexual tension
no,
as
I'm
a
just saying.
ploy of mine to get
I
attention.
understand, Brady.
later.
I
Go ahead.
understand, Brady.
Got it.
I understand all that,
Take
Brady.
the sexual tension
What
out
I'm
of
saying
it.
is
Go ahead.
that if you want to take that out, then what you're saying
Hey,
is this
Mike,
other nigger.
you don't get to judge.
Hey,
what's
Joe Cool,
dumb
how
or
you
not.
doing? Go ahead, John.
You literally can't make a decision.
Now, what would be worse?
Yesterday,
I would much prefer
when
that this
I
was
was
sexual
patient
tension,
with you,
other
Don't
than
push
other
too up,
just nigger
son.
dysfunction.
I wasn't impressed
Pick
with
your
you
poison.
yesterday.
If these two niggers have been doing this for years, and blacks
These
allow
two
them to come on
niggas
panels
have
and do this,
been
then this
doing
shows
this
you
for
what black
years.
neighborhoods are like. Correct?
Motherfucker, this is a
Yes.
black.
Like there's no sexual.
black
There's
neighborhood?
no sex.
Well, it's
Like
well known.
there's no.
There's no sexual boundaries.
If it was sex,
in black neighborhoods.
Succotash,
Hello,
boy.
kids
Well,
that are fucking related to other kids because they don't know how many daddies been rolling around knocking up other fucking moms.
But Brady, these fucking niggas want to argue that there is no sexual tension. I said, okay, I'll accept
don't
that.
pretend I
Right?
didn't
Okay.
see you
If there is
on
no
John
sexual
Galt's
tension, then this
panel
is just how you
2
niggas
days
behave.
ago or 2 or 3
Right?
days
And
ago.
that's only other logical
Don't
takeoff
ask
is
about
that this
Be
is
Brave's
normal black behavior.
You were on
That's
a
allowed
Be
on
Brave
YouTube
lovers panel.
Right? So
I was
one of the two,
unimpressed.
either they want to fuck each other and we can get this over with, and they can stop
Oops.
arguing online and just fuck, or this is just how they behave.
Or
and again, I saw
actually the women that it worked with me, they still wanted to fuss and fight, but they were, well, they still like to fight. Yeah, it's the fight. It's the fight that she's getting off. That not T. It's the fight that women like. I'm telling you, at home they don't
hold up. Okay, Latino again. I heard and saw you up on John's panel. It's not that you were up on the panel. Who knows? I may wind up on a John Galt panel one day. It's what you said. Okay, you have chosen a side, and I don't care which side you choose, but don't pretend that I didn't hear you. Okay. And I'll leave it at that.
have that. Their man is too subdued. Their man don't know how to say shut the hell up and go jump in a lake. That's what's at home they're getting.
right, and that
They don't do it.
And what I'm saying is clearly that must be the case because most men would not allow their woman to exhibit this kind of behavior with another man, particularly a man like JP this late at night.
Not if you're in a marriage.
For years. For years is what they're saying to me. These blacks telling me, well, this is
For
how
years,
black women and black
Brave,
men
for
each
years,
other late at
for
night for
years.
years on end. That's what they're saying to me. That's what the blacks that follow me and say, hey, you got T wrong. Her and JP really. really cool. And again, they're probably right because last night on Bob's channel, T said she was watching JP go through the grocery store or whatever the fuck, and she found it funny. She's not making a react about this ghetto ass nigga. She's
Hey, Mike, you have
entertained by
you
him
dumb fuck.
for whatever reason. That's the black community. They don't want you to see that as it is, Brave, but that's what it is.
Well, that it's the black community, but I'll tell you what, it's still a man-woman thing. Women are attracted to men that can tell them to go to hell. They just are. If they're with a man that won't tell them to shut your goddamn mouth, and then not that a man.
Now, these fuckers, baby daddy John, and I lost my wife, and I haven't seen her in 40 years. Be brave. Are talking men and women in relationships. Both are abject failures, but in different ways. And there are black people and idiots like Palomino Ricky Z that are taking these two as wise men or holy men. These motherfuckers have failed in their relationships. And people, I see questions to ponder. Oh my God, she's never going to get married because no actual man would put up with her stupidity. People who can't maintain relationships are giving all kinds of relationship advice. And by the way, there is some shame on me too, but I was perfectly happy and life kind of intervened. So yeah, I guess I should not be on here, and I should be out hitting the Baptist church looking for a wife. But you know what I had can't be duplicated, and it will just have to be as it is. And who knows, lightning may strike, but I've had a successful relationship and raised a successful child. So I have a bit of a pedigree, maybe not a perfect pedigree, but one that I would put up with these two failures of masculinity or American masculinity. John and Be Brave, his bossy wife, are sad, sad, sad. And I am wasting too much time with these two fucking idiots. And I don't really give a fuck what Mike or Latino. I'm goddamn right. And their moron mentors are wrong. So anyway, I noticed my friend Chef Big Bank is at church, and the title of her show is "Church in Atlanta." My cousin is singing, so let's watch a little bit of it. Let's see. Was she in the kitchen? Let's go to the church part. Hopefully I don't get a. I don't know. This is somewhere in Atlanta. Well, folks, it looks like Little Religion is gaining the round.
That's enough. Right there. Right there. That's enough right there to give him your own praise. When you think about every mountain, and I don't think that now one of y'all is a mountain climber. But somehow or another, you made it over the mountain. You made it over the mountain. For every mountain, you brought me over. For every trial, you see me through. My soul cries out. Hallelujah. 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 If that's not enough, if that's not enough for you to be up on your feet, giving God some praise this morning. We're praying for you. Because we're praying that everyone gets that revelation that it is God that is bringing you over those mountains. That is God that's seeing you through your trials. And you can't make me believe that everybody don't have mountains. You can't make me believe that everybody don't have trials. But God is moving. He's moving. Hallelujah. Exalted mother. Exalted mother. Forever. You brought me over. For every trial.
I'm going to test this feature out, so stand by. I may break something. Ooh, interesting. Ooh. Oh, it needs to be longer than 5 minutes. This is interesting. Damn it. But it's not going to suit my purposes, probably. Oh, well, never mind.
You see me through. Come on, let's go. For every mountain, you brought me over. You brought me over. For every trial, you see me through. You see me through. For every blessing. Hallelujah. You brought me over for every trial. You see me through for every blessing. Hallelujah. For this I give you praise. Forever
Yeah. Riaz, we seem to have driven out everybody, but I like this. So I'm in. And I don't know, this might be the end of her show. I bet we have. Yeah, Calvin, I tend to be just dumb about these things, but I was enjoying it. And I think she's done. This is a friend of mine. Oh shit, it ended 28 minutes ago. This is a friend of mine who is a online chef. I'm sure some of you know about her by now because I've talked about her before. But she is in Atlanta. That's one of the Atlanta mega churches. And no, there are no plans to see her. But you know what? I grew up Catholic, and we didn't have this music that is this good. But there's no way you can deny that hearing people sing like that, and there's no way you can deny it's not good music. I actually like black gospel music. I even like some bluegrass. And I'm not a religious person, but the music is inspiring. Shit, dude, if I had to be a Muslim, I would probably be a Sufi. They just know how to worship. I don't know if any of you have ever have actually read about or even experienced Sufism. It's a branch of Islam, and it's just sheer inspiring. So anyway, we'll have to take a we will have to take we'll have to have more worship. I think these Pacific Islander women are just gorgeous, and I do not know why. They tend to be plump, but they tend to be pleasantly plump. So allow me my lust, folks. I just ran into this short. What better way for a wife to lose weight if she's in this position. I adore. One of these days, I'm gonna have to do more research into this. I may have to follow. I may have to find out if there is a Pacific Islander community in Atlanta. That would be my inspiration, folks. I will do it if there is. I got to do one more. I think. I gotta do one more. And this would be the one exception to tattoos. I just don't have a problem if they're cultural. I finally decided that. So anyway, let us be a little bit more serious, I guess. Let's see, what do we have? And by the way, I think I might have to end the stream and start a new one because I have suddenly decided to do a beer run. I might as well at this point. Let's see. Do we want to be serious or do we want to be informative? And by the way, when I do get back, feel free to hit the link, especially if your name is Vanta. Pieces of shit are allowed up on the panel so I can discipline, reform, and send you back out to do better. Pieces of shit are expected to hit my panel for retraining.
Hello, this is Corey Angelot, and welcome to learning about the history of natural law. As we would say the word natural law, there's many different types of what we can call the natural law. We're going to get pretty specific, go over some of the definitions, and if you really look at all these different perspectives, because that's the whole point of looking at all the many people who have talked about it, I will also share with you many resources for yourself to learn upon this in the modern day and age with our improved understanding of this concept. So without further ado, let's get into the complete history of natural law. I even created a timeline for all the many people who have put so much work and effort into this subject matter. And natural law is also considered natural rights, moral law, cause and effect, the golden rule, law of attraction, the science of justice, God's law, the law of reason or conscience, and common sense. This is of the 2020s, and I appreciate you being here and watching. If you decide to watch in full, that's great, because then perhaps you can have a fuller understanding of how this has delved differently and moved more innovatively over time into this concept that we still now consider natural law. So our modernized definition of natural law is, quote, a set of universal, inherent, objective, non-man-made, eternal, and immutable conditions which govern the consequences of behaviors of beings with the capacity for understanding the difference between harmful and non-harmful behavior. The understanding of natural law is centered upon bringing our own conscience into alignment with objective morality. This means knowing definitively what behaviors are rights because they do not cause harm to other sentient beings, and which behaviors are wrongs because they do cause harm to other sentient beings. Human belief is completely irrelevant when it comes to the existence and operation of natural law, just as it is irrelevant in relation to any of the other laws of nature, such as gravity, inertia, momentum, thermodynamics, or electromagnetism. Similar to such other phenomena of nature, the workings of natural law require no belief in order for them to be discovered and known. This, as you come to understand it over time, and especially within your own life, you may see it as the most powerful information you'll ever come across. So without further ado, let's start with the origins of how we found this word and this concept. What does it mean to all the philosophers of the past? Well, there's a lot of biblical ties to this, Greek ties, Roman ties, old cultural origins all over the world. We see it in Stoicism, we see it in Taoism. It may include philosophers, and sorry if I can't always pronounce their names correctly, but Heraclitus, and I'm probably going to say a lot of these wrong, Sophocles, Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, Cicero, Philo Judaeus, Lucius Annaeus Seneca, and more than that. But that's just some names to name based on everything else that I talked about. Now, Philo agrees with the philosophers as to the limited sense in which enacted human law may be regarded as natural law, but argues that a law revealed by God, who is the creator of the world, as to Philo the law of Moses was, is fully in harmony with the laws of nature, which God himself has implanted in the world for its governance. Cicero wrote in his De Legibus that both justice and law originate from what nature has given to humanity, from what the human mind embraces, from the function of humanity, and from what serves to unite humanity. For Cicero, natural law obliges us to contribute to the general good of the larger society. Also in this writing he states, quote, "There is indeed a law, right reason, which is in accordance with nature, existing in all, unchangeable, eternal, commanding us to do what is right, forbidding us to do what is wrong. It has dominion over good men, but possesses no influence over bad ones. No other law can be substituted for it, no part of it can be taken away, nor can it be abrogated altogether. Neither the people or the Senate can absolve from it. It is not one thing at Rome and another thing at Athens, one thing today and another thing tomorrow, but it is eternal and immutable for all nations and for all time." Sophocles' play, titled Antigone, seems to confirm the superiority of natural law over positive or man-made law. Antigone states, quote, "Nor did I think your orders were so strong that you, a mortal man, could overrun the gods' unwritten and unfailing laws. Nor now, nor yesterdays, they always live, and no one knows their origin in time. So not through fear of any man's proud spirit would I be likely to neglect these laws, draw on myself the gods' sure punishment." Karma, perhaps? The conflict and struggle between Creon and Antigone is an indication of the conflict that exists in the higher moral law, natural law. On one hand, the man-made law, on the other hand. Antiphon states, quote, "We regard those who are the children of noble fathers and respect them. We neither respect nor respect those who do not come from a noble family. In our relations with each other, we thus act like barbarians. However, whether Greek or barbarian in nature, we are all created to be the same in everything. Obeying the mandatory laws of nature applies to everyone. Likewise, all this can be achieved by anyone. And in none of these things can one of us be distinguished from the other as Greek or barbarian. We all breathe with our mouth and
this
nose.
is
We all eat with our hands."
probably not the best introduction.
For Plato, an object or action is good if it reflects something of the form of the good.
So you know what? I'll find a better one, and in the meantime, a cat video.
Come on, Milo. Let's go. You didn't come out last time, and I don't foresee you coming out this time. Hello, giant kitty. Hello, giant kitty. Come here, giant kitty. Come here. Look.
Is that a Maine Coon?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the channel.
Thank
Today
you.
we are grooming Milo. Milo has been here before, but today
Oh, that's
he's here
right.
for a
Yeah.
lion shave. Milo is a rag doll. Now, the last time he was here, the owner warned me that he might be spicy. He was not. He was a very good boy. However, I'm not going to put my guard down just because he was good the last time. Doesn't mean he'll be good this time. His ears are already kind of showing me that he doesn't like this, but he is really good. So that explains why she wants a shave. We're going to be good, okay? I'm just going to go right in and shave before I trim his nails today. You want to sniff? He has been shaved in the past, so this is not his first lion cut. I am going to answer some questions today that I have gotten about shaving cats. So yes, cats are double coated, and they do differ from dogs a little bit when it comes to shaving them. Typically, we do not want to shave double coated dogs if we can prevent it, but we can more often than not shave double coated cats. And the reason for that is a few things. First of all, most cats that come in for a shave are indoor only cats. So we don't really have to worry about them requiring their coat to regulate their body temperature because they're not really going outside ever. So that's number one. Number two, while it can change the texture of their coat, I do find that when you shave cats, their coat does grow back thicker, more dense, and more difficult to manage. However, they do not typically get alopecia. I have been shaving cats for a long time. I've had repeat cats come in for shaves, and I've never seen them with alopecia. So they don't really get clipper alopecia the same way that dogs do. So that's another reason why it's okay to shave cats versus shaving dogs. I can tell that you're unhappy. However, I do find that when you shave the tail of cats, it takes a very long time to grow back. Now, it will grow back. Again, I've never seen a cat with alopecia, but if you shave their whole body and their tail, their body tends to grow back quicker than their tail will grow back. So that's the only thing I've really noticed. So yes, shaving cats is typically more acceptable than shaving double-coated dogs. However, when they're matted, and you got to do what you got to do. This is a lot of coat to maintain, and it would require a lot of brushing, and not everybody has the time. So if they would prefer to shave their cat once or twice a year to make life easier for them and easier on the cat, because a lot of cats also don't like being brushed. It's really not a big deal. It doesn't require like this big uproar of people screaming about a cat being shaved. It happens all the time in the comment section. Why would you get a long-haired cat if you're going to shave it? I don't think that every cat is the same. I do think that sometimes cats can be more difficult to manage. Like right now, this cat's got so much poop on his butt from just simply having long hair. Like I get why owners would prefer to shave it. And some cats are just less tolerable with grooming than others. So it's really not a big deal. It's not going to harm the cat to have them shaved. So it is what it is, right? Now, you were really good last time. So I really hope you're going to be good again this time. At least this time you will dry very quickly because you're going to have no hair. But when you crouch, I can't stretch the skin properly, and it makes it more difficult to shave. Something tells me Milo does not care. I'm going to text the owners before I shave the tail to ensure whether or not they want the tail shaved, because as I said, it takes a long time to grow back. Personally, unless the tail is matted, I would leave it long just because it looks really... Oh, he's growling. Personally, because I find it looks very funny once it starts to grow back in. Okay, so since Milo warned me with a growl, we are going to take his warning seriously. We are going to muzzle him. We've had this before. He has a lot of hair, so I have to use my bigger muzzle. I also get a lot of comments about I have nail clippers for cats and I have nail clippers for dogs. I get a lot of comments from people saying you should not use these nail clippers on cats, and that's not true. You can absolutely use these nail clippers on cats. It does not harm their nails. It does not cause any problems. It's just a matter of whichever ones I grab to use that are in front of me, it's completely fine to use dog nail clippers on cats.
Yeah, I know this is a bit
right, buddy.
boring, but
And now
this
you're hissing.
lady
Fantastic. You did not
usually
do this
does
last time.
dogs.
So
and I
something
tend to prefer
I also
dogs.
find about
But
cats
I like her show.
is that once they've gone somewhere once and they know kind of what to expect, each time they come in, they push the envelope a little bit and become a little bit less tolerant of everything. I don't know if that's just because maybe they're not as nervous as they were the first time. But we are starting off on the wrong foot, sir. You just got here. Don't make me bubble wrap your paws. I will turn them into bananas and they will look very funny as you try to scratch me. Okay, so the owners do want a lion tail, which even though it's not my preference just because of the growth pattern of the hair, it will be easier on him today because I won't have to dry all of this tail hair. It will dry very quick. I do wonder if the last time the reason why he wasn't so aggravated was because we have mats up here. He probably went straight for a bath first and then a blow dry, and then the brushing was afterwards, where now, because he's getting a shave today, he is being worked on right away first and manipulated. So that could be the reason why he wasn't as spicy last time. The mats are all the way up here, so it appears like we will have to shave. It's okay, Milo. I promise you're going to feel a lot better. I want to get as much hair shaved before the bath because I don't want his bath to be too long, and I also don't want his dry to be too long. So if I leave all of this hair and then bathe him, again, it's just going to take longer to do everything. Just going to give him a bit of a break before I continue with those front legs. I'm keeping the bubble on for the bath because he was growling, but I don't think I'm going to put him in the tub. He's a really big cat, and I think it might be easier to manage him outside of the tub. Okay. You got to stay in here though, all right? I know. I find most cats, even when they're stressed about the bath, they don't really get aggressive in the tub. I think because they're more focused on being bathed than they are retaliating, I guess. But I have been attempted to be bit a few times in the tub, so I'm just using some caution. It's okay. Okay, buddy? No? You're upset? I'm gonna turn. You cannot jump, okay? Waiting for the water to warm up because you cannot touch a cat with cool water or they will lose it, much like a human would. Dogs are a little bit more forgiving. I know, I'm trying to be quick. Gotta stay in here though. No, 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 no. We're almost done. Don't try to jump out. There. I'm gonna go into the Easy Bake Oven, take a little bit of a break, dry off, maybe have a snooze. Don't jump. You must stay. You must stay. Okay, since his mane is still a little bit damp, I am gonna go ahead and shave his body and get that done. And then I will, oh, did you hiss? Worry about his mane afterwards. Can you stay here? Stay here. I am not going to muzzle him just because although he has hissed, he hasn't actually swat or tried to bite. So I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt for now. And then if he makes me uncomfortable, I will go ahead and bubble him. I am shaving him in reverse to give him more of a smoother haircut. And I am noticing some stuff going on with his skin. I'm going to make the assumption that's probably due to the matting. His skin wasn't really breathing. No, no, no. You cannot jump off. No, no. If you keep trying to do that, I may have to bubble you or Happy Hoodie you, just so that you think you can't do it. Let's see if this helps with the moving. Although being overweight is not healthy for him, it makes grooming him a lot easier, a lot less likely to catch his skin, and a lot smoother of a haircut. Ragdoll cats are unfortunately prone to obesity because they are very lazy and they like to eat. So they often eat more than they burn. So if you're going to have a ragdoll, that is something to consider.
Hey, folks, I am going to show this video. I hope it'll play.
The good, a
And then I
metaphysical
will be right
essence which
back.
we somehow know through reason. Goodness comes from something fulfilling its form, its nature. This also applies to human beings. A person who fulfills human nature is good, and one who falls short is evil, either naturally or, if by choice, morally. Against the conventionalism that the distinction between nature and custom could engender, Socrates and his philosophic heirs, Plato and Aristotle, posited the existence of natural justice or natural right. Universal law is the law of nature, for there really is, as everyone to some extent divines, a natural justice and injustice that is binding on all men, even on those who have no association or covenant with each other. That's a quote. Heraclitus stated, quote, all human laws are sustained by the one divine law. Among this, he points out that man sees the laws of the universe. His duty is to learn and obey them. He must follow the truth of nature, which is infallible, because it is the divine law of nature. You can see already they're using different terms to describe natural law. Divine law is one of them. Eternal law is another one. So the problem with every form of government since their foundation is their belief in the ruling class having this divine right to rule, thus believing they are superhuman in their nature, that they have rights that their subjects or slaves do not. Even at the time, people were catching on to natural law and the fact that they are born with the same rights as everyone else. However much their vision was outruled or kept hidden by man's law and government, the entity of which the very existence depends on the removal of the knowledge of natural law and the monopoly of violence to suppress dissent. People then also create justifications for different forms of government on top of the natural law present, since it was all ever their conditioning since birth, the only life they knew to exist. So if we move along this timeline, we see Paul the Apostle, we see Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, Tertullian, Gregory of Nyssa, Augustine of Hippo, and Gratian. Paul the Apostle stated that the natural law defines and identifies which actions are reasonable and worth pursuing, evidence that God has implanted in man a moral order of moral goods that acts of reason can discover. Epictetus stated, quote, no man is free who is not a master of himself, and, quote, only the educated are free. Marcus Aurelius stated that there is a natural law to which even positive man-made laws have to conform at the price of becoming unjust laws. Augustine of Hippo stated natural law is, quote, an uninstilled law written on the human heart or conscience, and, quote, no one injures another without at the same time hoping the same will not be done to himself, and in this respect he transgresses the law of nature. The very fact that he does not want to suffer the fate he inflicts on someone else means that he cannot plead ignorance of the natural law. What Gratian was doing with natural law was to take a concept that existed in Roman law and in ancient philosophy and give it a new spin, by declaring that natural law equals God's will, and that natural law, like God's will, is unchanging. You can also look up all these quotes for yourself from different sources and from these people's own writings. For Gregory of Nyssa also, natural law was originally engraved within human nature, and he also says that it was restored to nature by the incarnation. By natural law, Tertullian means both the order of the universe and the moral bonds that unite all men, as well as man's natural capacity to know them. Moving on here, we see Anselm of Leon, Ibn Rushd, Albertus Magnus, Henry de Bracton, Thomas Aquinas, Materdia School in Tisla, Dante Alighieri, Duns Scotus, and John Fortescue. Anselm of Leon stated, quote, the natural law is this, what you do not want done to you, do not do to another. Ibn Rushd maintained that we could also perceive natural laws as the agents that dictate events in the world around us. For instance, if paper burns when touched by fire, it is not because God willed it, but because natural law dictates that fire to burn paper. Ibn Rushd argued that one must understand the natural law to understand the universe. Albertus Magnus places God as the pinnacle of justice and natural law. Thomas Aquinas stated, quote, "This is the first precept of the law, that good is to be done and promoted, and evil is to be avoided. All other precepts of the natural law are based on this." In maturity, quote, "Ethics have an objective existence, and humans are capable of recognizing it through reason." In Is-Tisla bears some similarities to the natural law tradition in the West, as exemplified by Thomas Aquinas. However, this is a method that's used, Is-Tisla, the way of teaching, whereas natural law deems good that which is known self-evidently to be good, according as it tends toward the fulfillment of the person. Is-Tisla calls good whatever is connected to one of the 5 basic goods, as it calls it. Al-Ghazali abstracted these basic goods from the 5 legal precepts in the Quran and Sunnah, which is religion, life, reason, lineage or offspring, and property. It's very interesting they mention property here. Dante Alighieri offers an allegorical presentation of justice and uses the image of 3 women to characterize 3 kinds of justice, namely what medieval authors called natural law, or driteria, which is ius naturale in Latin, law of nations, ius gentium, and civil law, ius civile. According to Dante, these kinds of ius are deeply connected, as ius naturale is the mother of ius gentium and the grandmother of ius civile. Henry D. Bracton, an English judge and scholar from the 13th century, wrote that a court's allegiance to the law and to God is above its allegiance to any ruler or lawmaker. Duns Scotus stated, quote, "The nature appealed to by classical and medieval theories of natural law, however it might have been conceived by any particular thinker, was invariably associated with 2 criteria. It represented an authoritative standard with determinate content that was understood as both universal, that is, not prescriptive for just one individual, and accessible to human beings through their natural powers. Because natural law rests on a nature that cannot be changed by human action, it has universal validity. Because human beings themselves belong to that nature, they are in principle capable of knowing the corresponding law." John Fortescue stated that laws that violate natural law precepts are invalid and unenforceable. We can also see Pelagianism and Brehon law as well when we look at natural law. Pelagianism states that nature actualizes the law in the heart through the testimony of conscience, or that the conscience bears witness that it possesses the law by fearing when sin is committed and by rejoicing when sin has been overcome, even if he who sins should fear no man. By nature, they do the things that belong to the law. The Brehon laws ensured that the uses of the land were sustainable, which is why we can learn so much from this wise system of natural law today as we struggle to come to grips with the massive environmental and social degradation witnessed today. Within this system, it reflects a type of law that is universal and may be determined by reason and observation of natural action, although it is natural law not strictly defined. And we'll notice that a lot with the use of this term in old times. Now, we see natural law also being taught within the school of Salamanca, and there were many different teachers in this school. Some include Francisco de Victoria, Martin de Azpilcueta, Domingo de Soto, Thomas de Mercado, and Francisco Soares. The school of Salamanca taught much about natural law and morality through these teachers. Quote, "The school of Salamanca reformulated the concept of natural law originating in nature itself, with all that exists in the natural order sharing in this law. Their conclusion was, given that all humans share the same nature, that they also share the same rights to life and liberty. Such views constituted a novelty in European thought and went counter to those then predominant in Spain and Europe, that people indigenous to the Americas had no such rights. They held that, quote, men are born free by their nature, and not as slaves of another man, and can disobey even to the point of deposing an unjust government. So then we also see Edward Coke, Alberto Gentili, Richard Hooker, Francis Bacon, Johannes Althusius, Hugo Grotius, John Selden, Thomas Hobbes, the Age of Enlightenment as a whole, Sir Matthew Hale, Richard Cumberland, Samuel von Pufendorf, John Locke, Gershom Carmichael, Montesquieu. Many people within the Age of Enlightenment spoke of natural law. Its revival sparked a great amount of focus on morality and natural rights to creating more freedom for the world and in creating a country's independence. There would be too many people involved to mention, honestly. Edward Coke stated that natural law is, quote, written within the finger of God and in the heart of man, and it existed before any judicial or common or municipal civil law. In other words, he also stated that, quote, the law of nature is that which God at the time of creation of the nature of man infused into his heart for his preservation and direction, and this is lex aeterna, the moral law, also called the law of nature. Hugo Grotius championed a natural law philosophy, which derived from the higher law doctrine of Cicero and other ancient Roman and Greek philosophers that we mentioned before. They believed the legitimacy of government laws must be judged by the standards of justice, natural law. Grotius defended natural law without appealing to the Bible or organized religion. He insisted it followed from the nature of things and it was discovered by human reason. Natural law, Grotius maintained, is the basis of natural rights. Quote, civilians call a faculty that right which every man has to his own. This right comprehends the power that we have ourselves over ourselves, which is called liberty. It likewise comprehends property. Grotius, like many also before him and during his time, didn't follow the logic of natural law all the way, as he still accepted slavery, even though this obviously violated the natural principle that individuals own themselves. Grotius didn't see all the radical implications of natural rights in that degree. Thomas Hobbes stated, quote, a law of nature is a precept or general rule found out by reason, by which a man is forbidden to do that which is destructive of his life or which takes away the means of preserving the same. For though they that speak of this subject use to confound jus and lex, right and law, yet they ought to be distinguished, because right consists in liberty to do or forbear, whereas law binds to one of them. So that law and right differ as much as obligation and liberty. End quote. He also speaks upon the fear of freedom due to the possibility of chaos, although nowadays this may be understood in the fact chaos is a teacher, and that in order to obtain true freedom we cannot fear, and we shall promote the knowledge of morality under natural law, as fear through violence and slavery done in the name of authority, as we see with the number one cause of unnatural death, democide, is chaos. Richard Hooker speaks of inclinations to continue in being through offspring, to act like God according to a certain exactness and order, and unlike the animals, to exercise virtue and know truth for their own sake. Johannes Althusius stated that the natural law teaches persons higher ideas that appeal uniquely to human reason and conscience. By them, a man understands what justice is, and is impelled by this hidden natural instinct to do what is just and to avoid what is unjust. Through the natural law, God commands all persons to live a life that is at once pious and holy, just and proper. God teaches them the natural duties of love that are to be performed toward God and one's neighbor. He sets out the basic rules of living, obeying, and administering that must govern all persons and associations. He sets forth general principles of goodness and equity, evil and sinfulness that every man must know in order to live with himself and with others. He teaches the actions and omissions that are appropriate to maintaining the public good of human society, as well as the private good of households and families. Montesquieu calls laws of nature the result of the nature of each being, where nature is defined as one's frame in existence, the kind of thing that one is. In the case of man, these laws are discovered by thinking about man in his state before the existence of society, i.e., in the state of nature. He states that there are laws of nature rooted in the constitution of our being, and as Hobbes have suggested, quote, to know them, one must consider the situation of the individual before the establishment of societies. The laws of nature are those which he would receive in such a state. But he insists such a man would not be instinctively aggressive, as Hobbes contended. Francis Bacon stated, quote, nature to be commanded must first be obeyed. Sir Matthew Hale, in his Law of Nature, describes conscience as that which persuades a person of the divine obligation of the natural law and applies the natural law to particular circumstances. Richard Cumberland states that there is a law of nature, defined as a proposition of unchangeable truth and certainty, which lays firm obligations upon all outward acts of behaving, even in a state of nature, where observation of the world, including man's nature, demonstrates the truth of this law, and all other moral precepts are applications of the law of nature to particular forms of human action. Samuel von Pufendorf states the natural law does not extend beyond the limits of this life and merely regulates only external acts. He also challenges the Hobbesian thesis of a state of nature, which is a state of war or conflict. For Pufendorf, too, there is a state of nature, but it is a state of peace. John Locke stated, quote, man has a natural freedom. Since all that share in the same common nature, faculties and powers are in nature equal, and ought to partake in the same common rights and privileges, in that, quote, the state of nature has a law of nature to govern it, which obliges everyone, and reason, which is that law, teaches all mankind, who will but consult it, that being all equal and independent, no one ought to harm another in his life, health, liberty, or possessions. Of which, quote, the natural liberty of man is to be free from any superior power on earth, and not to be under the authority of man, but only to have the law of nature for his rule. Gershom Carmichael states that no man has the right to enslave another, quote, for men are not among the objects which God has allowed the human race to enjoy dominion over. Now, moving along this timeline, we see Francis Hutchinson, Francois Marie Ariet, otherwise known as Voltaire, Jean-Jacques Bourlamarque, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Immanuel Kant, James Wilson, Jeremy Bentham, who also opposed this sort of idea because he thought it would promote disobedience to authority. U.S. founding fathers in the Declaration of Independence, the Declaration of the Rights of Man, of the Citizen, that's in France, Frederick Bastiat, Ralph Waldo Emerson, Lysander Spooner, who had a very deep understanding of natural law, and many historians don't always consider.
Well, tell me if you all want to listen to this more. It is deeply informative, but it is also deeply kind of, not YouTube fodder. So I appreciate the patience. I went out on a beer run, and I am back now. Please make sure that you hit the like button, please, and subscribe if you're new. Share it out if you like the show. And this is Stanley versus the World. And a warning for Mike 123, don't be the world. So here we go. Let us find something. You know what? Let's play this.
With no sugar in it. And y'all, these
Oh,
were
by
so
the way,
bomb.
I
10 out
know
of
why
10.
I
These are
started
permanently on
looking
my
at that.
menu. I
Let
was
me
inspired because I
rewind
had
it
a
a bit.
snack wrap from
I
Popeyes.
just have no
This was
problems.
everything I ate this week, trying to cut back on my sugar intake. First, I made some jerk chicken snack wraps, and I used a protein wrap with no sugar in it. And y'all, these were so bomb. 10 out of 10. These are permanently on my menu. I was inspired because I had a snack wrap from Popeyes, but I was like, I cannot be eating this. I gotta make my own. And these came out so bomb. Next, I made these plantain boats, and they're super easy to make. All you need
Yeah,
is
that
plantain, meat,
plantain
your
boat
favorite
is
vegetables. I
awesome.
use onions, tomatoes, jalapenos, goat cheese. And when you cook plantain, you want to make sure they're very ripe. Otherwise, they taste super starchy. Then for the rest of the week, I decided to cut out meat. So I made this bowl with plantain, couscous, black beans, red cabbage, avocado, and some goat cheese. And when I say I'm trying to cut back on sugar, I am not talking about fruit. So for dessert, I made this sorbet with mango and strawberries, and then this fruit bowl. This is everything I ate this week, trying to cut back on my sugar intake. First, I made some jerk chicken snack wraps, and I use a protein wrap with no sugar in it. And y'all, these were so bomb. 10 out of 10. These are permanently on my menu. I was inspired because I had a snack wrap from Popeyes, but I was like, I cannot be eating this. I gotta make my own. And these came out so bomb. Next, I made these plantain boats, and they're super easy to make. All you need is plantain, meat, your favorite vegetables. I use onions.
Sorry for that repeat. So let's watch this. Now, I've never thought to do much with ham hocks other than put them in in greens or something. So this is something I've never seen done. And a smoker, you must have one. Grills don't do it. You have to have a smoker and a grill.
All right, welcome back to the show. We got some holiday hocks for you today. We're going to show you how to cure these, cold smoke them, and cook them. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. So we have our ham shanks here, and we're going to show you a simple brine. So you're going to need a pot, just a vessel. Over here we have 2 cups of kosher salt. Make sure you use kosher salt. You don't want iodized salt. Right here is a 1/2 cup of sugar. I have 2.5 tablespoons of curing salt, which is pink salt. And this is a 1/2 cup of granulated garlic powder. Over here we have some, if you could look inside there, we've got some peppercorns, bay leaves, and some red chili peppers in there. Everything's going to go into our pot. We're going to use a gallon of water to actually cook this down. Make sure it's just melted down. So here's the salt going in with our sugar, our pink salt, our nice spices, garlic, and over here is molasses. So we're going to put the molasses in after we add the water. This recipe calls for a gallon of water for what we have here as far as the hocks go. So I'm going to start right here with just a 1/2 gallon. The 1/2 gallon in there. We're going to heat this up. I don't want to put these hocks inside hot water, but we're heating this up to dissolve everything down. And then over here, we're going to have 6 ounces of molasses going in here, which is about a 1/2 jar. You can just eyeball it. A little bit more. This molasses is very important because it's going to give you that nice southern flavor on those hocks. Give it a stir. Onto the stove it goes so everything can dissolve. And we'll see you right back here. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. So we just took our brine off the stove. So let's dump this brine right into this basket here. That goes off to the side. Now, I have fresh water here. It's cold. And this brine is cooled down already. As you can see, I got my hands in here. So you want to start adding your water. Now, I don't have my hocks in here yet, so I'm not sure how much of this I need to cover this. So right now, I'm going to start putting my hocks inside. Then I'm going to cover the rest of them with the water. There we go. Now this recipe calls for a gallon. And whatever, I measured this with the hocks inside. I took a gallon of water and I put the hocks inside and I measured it. So it should be perfect. And get them completely submerged, just like that. And now they're in the brine. This brine's gonna run for about 5 days. I'm not gonna go over that. I don't want these too salty. And you can always add just a touch more curing salt if you don't want it to go that long. I'm gonna rinse my hands while I'm at it and come up here, top off with more water. There we go. Right up to the lid. And that's it. So we're gonna keep these submerged. They're going out into this brine for 5 days. And in 5 days, we will see you then. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We let these go for 6 days. I want an extra day on them. I was going to pull them in 5, but let's see what we got. All right, so onto the rack they go. We're going to take them out of here, out of that brine. We're not going to rinse them or anything. Just onto the rack they go. And then I put these directly onto the cooker. Now, we're going to cold smoke these first. They're not going to get any heat. It's just going to be a bunch of cold smoke that they're going to get hit with. Then after we cold smoke them, they're going to cold smoke for about 5 hours. And 5 hours later, they come off of one cooker and they go on another cooker. All right, here we go. Those are all of our nice hocks. You can see the color change in there. Now, they almost look pink for now. And then when we smoke them, they're going to look even more pink. And they're going to get really pink when we cook them. And that's it. Out onto the smoker we go. I'm going to let these just kind of dry out on this rack and in this bowl for about, I don't know, maybe 45 minutes, and off to the cooker we go. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. We are rolling with 2 cold smokers today. I'm going to show you around these 2 cold smokers. We're rolling with this cold smoker, which is the Old Country Pit, and we're rolling with the Masterbuilt cabinet cooker. It's like a refrigerator, and it has a cold smoke attachment onto the side of it, and I actually have them on both. So no further ado, let's show you around. Starting with this one, this is the Old Country Pit vertical cooker. Now I use this just as my cold smoker. I have a cold smoke attachment on the side here. This is the Smoke Daddy. It lets out a lot of smoke. You just put the wood chips inside this, light it from the bottom, and she pumps out a lot of smoke. This is where it comes in from. This is the bottom of the cooker. So you could see that hole that comes through. Now, when I'm using this cooker, if I want some heat, I can create a small fire down here. This is for smoking my sausages, so this is what I use this cooker for. And let me show you the inside setup. Now I have a rack in here. This is what we're going to put our ham hocks on today. I also have several hangers. I have hangers in the back. They just come out. This cooker actually came with those. This is why I purchased it. Now, this cooker is thin metal, so I'm not really into using this as a regular cooker because it's not going to last very long. I mean, it's a solid cooker, but it's not half inch. So this cooker right here is a great cold smoker. I have a tray down the bottom right here. This catches all my drippings, and all the smoke will come up from the bottom. 2 vents on the top. And the reason why I set this up just as my cold smoker is because I can do all my sausages. I can hang them high. I have 2 rods that are all the way from the top up here, so I can get all the way up top and hang my sausages low. And our weather's getting cooler now for South Georgia. It's a little too hot to do sausage because I like to do them around 30 degrees outside, 45 degrees outside. And that's how I like to hang my sausages and do them in cooler weather. And that's it. And now we're on to cooker number 2. This is the Masterbuilt cooker, and it's fully electric. And the reason why I like this cooker is because when I'm smoking meats, sausages, I could even do a ham in here. When I'm smoking meats, it allows me to get the temperatures down low enough where I can't do it with a pellet, really can't do it with coal. I can get away with it with, building a very small fire and just dumping some of that in a smoker like this one on the bottom, which I just showed you. I can get away with that. But if you want precise temperatures and you want to cook at 200 degrees and hold it, this is the smoker for you. This is the inside. It's insulated, built like a cabinet. And basically, it's just a small refrigerator. This is the cold smoke attachment that is on the side of it. This is an extra unit. Pumps in pretty good smoke. A little cap in here. And as you can see, I have it loaded up for a cook. All right, that's what we're rolling on today. We're going to show you how to use both of these cookers. The first one over here, that's going to bring just cool smoke. This one's going to bring some cool smoke too. It doesn't smoke like this one over here. And as you'll see, this guy right here with the Smoke Daddy unit on the side, it pumps out some smoke. So we're going to show you how to use these, get them loaded up, get it on. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. All right, our Smoke Daddy's pumping out some beautiful cold smoke. As you can see, our temperature gauges, they're under 100 degrees. So the temperature outside right now, probably about 68 degrees. Let's get these on. That's all cold smoke. There's no heat in there. Right. Let's get our hocks on. The nice part about this is I don't have to work fast and stabilize our fire because there isn't one. Just make sure you have enough separation in between your pieces. And you still want airflow. So I still have the vents open on the top. I have a vent open on the bottom. And you still want the air to move around. You don't want stale air when you're cold smoking. That's very important. Because if you have cold air, stale air, it's not going to move around. All that smoke's not going to get into your food, and it's not going to work. All right. And there we have it. As you can see, my vents on the top, I got those cracked. I got airflow down there. I got this vent on the bottom, cracked. I have airflow down here, so I can open up this vent, and you can see the smoke all the way down there because the Smoke Daddy, as I showed you today, comes in through there, just giving me that room to adjust these vents. So I leave those air vents like that, and all the smoke comes up from underneath. It's under the second chamber, like I showed you, and all of this stuff that's in here, if there's any juice, I have a tray in here to catch any of my drippings, and that's it. Let's close this back up and let the smoke do its job. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. All right, so we're about 5 hours in. I'm going to pull these. So these are nicely smoked, cold. We're going to take these off of here, and then they're going to go on to the other cooker. And I'm going to do that tomorrow. So these are just going right back in the fridge because they're still cold. And that'll be it. And then tomorrow we'll cook them. So today we smoked them. We're going to smoke them tomorrow again with some heat. All right. That's our smoked ham hocks. You can see the color of the skin. And by tomorrow, they're going to look even more amazing. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. All right. So it is tomorrow evening. This cooker that we're going on, cooker number 2 here, this master built, I just have the cold smoker going right now. There's no heat going into this unit. I'm going to slowly start to bring up these hocks after about an hour. I have a probe into one so I can tell my internal temperature, and we're going to slowly bring them up there till we get about 159, 160, and that's where we're going to be, and then they're cooked. So let's get it on. Let's back up from all this smoke. I'm going to put the one hock right in the middle of the cooker. And just get all the rest in there. Again, make sure that you have them spaced out so you get the proper air. While they're cooking. And that's what you want. Move them all around. Then I'm going to get the other one back into the middle as I get situated. Just like that. All right. They're spaced out. They're not touching because you don't want them touching at all. Just make sure they're not touching. And you are good to go. Make sure they're not touching any walls. They're not touching each other. And make sure they're spaced out pretty good. That's it. We're going to bring up the heat. Slowly. After about an hour into this, we'll start slowly bringing up the heat. And that'll be that. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are at 160, and it is time to pull these guys. And here we go. Look at those. Those look beautiful. That's what you're looking for. All right, we're going to pull these. Bring them in. And show you what we got. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. And here we are. Our beautiful ham hocks are done. But they are not complete until they go in something. Now, most people put these in soups, beans, and that's what we're going to do to complete this cook. So that was the first half of the cook. We're going to put them in some canary beans, and we're going to show you how to get this done. And we're cooking right in the Dutch oven. We're going outside again. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. All right, so this is what we're cooking these ham hocks on today. This is the 4-burner Somerset by Camp Chef. This is an older unit. They don't make this one anymore. This was the best unit that they made. And it's a shame that they took it off the market. Very, very great looking unit. If you had an outside built-in kitchen, you could use this for that. It's got 4 huge burners on it. Look at that. High outputs. I mean, this thing will fire up anything you want. It's just such a fantastic unit. So I keep it here next to my sink. And this is what we're going to fire up the hocks on today. A nice shelf on the side. And I tell you, this thing kicks out more flames than a commercial oven. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're outside. We're ready to get this going. So right here we have our ham hocks. Has our beans. Over here we have 1 shallot inside this bowl. We got 1 shallot, an onion and a half, and in this right here we have a few bay leaves, fresh bay leaves from my garden, and chili peppers. Just 2 of them, dry. And we're going into the pot. So let's get it going. Let's get this lit. And you can see, look at that burner. We're going to go on medium heat with this. So we're going in with our beans, our onions, and that's the way you want to have those onions cut like that. Just give them a stir. Our bay leaves, our crushed chili peppers, just like that. And our star, the hocks. Gonna come in with some water to cover. Now, I have a deep well, and all my water is fresh. I definitely would highly recommend fresh bottled water for this. This is a gallon that I'm filling this up with, so as long as you get the hocks covered, you're good to go. And if you need more water later on, just add it. We're going in on medium heat, right over the eye, just like that. When it starts to boil a little bit, we're going to turn it down. We're going to put it on low, and you just want a very slight simmer. We'll show you when it's on simmer. We'll show you how those beans look. That's it. For about 3 hours, they go. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. All right, let's check on the beans. That's the roll you want. We're going to slow it down a little bit. And we're going to give a very slow stir. Just move them. Just like that. That's all you need. If you stir them up too much, you bring up the starch, you'll break up the bean, and your beans won't come out right. They'll be very mushy. And our ham hocks are looking great. Take a look at those hocks. Now, we're going to cook these down until these hocks are almost falling off the bone. And that's how you know they're done. So we're about an hour and a half in. We still have some time. But look at those. They look beautiful. That's it. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. So our beans are ready. Let's see what we got. Let's shut this off. And look at that. Now, I'm going to stir gently because you want to pull these off the eye and let them sit and cool just a little bit, and they'll just tighten up. But look at those hocks in there. See how they start splitting? They're soft. Probably cut right through with a butter knife. That's what you're looking for. Look at that. Let's get these inside and onto the chopping block. Stick around. Don't go anywhere. All right. And the final hour is here. We are finally on that chopping board. Let's see what we got. Here's our nice beans. Look at that. Now, these rested for about 20 minutes. That's how you want to let them rest. But just look at that. They came out beautiful. They're whole. They're not falling apart. Let's check out our ham hocks. Now I'm going to take a nice big ham hock here. I'll put it in our bowl. Look at all that meat. Now, most people probably have never ate a ham hock. A lot of people. They just use them for flavoring. But the way I buy my ham hocks, the way I buy my hocks, is I buy them big, and I do exactly what you saw me do. I cure them. And if you go to the supermarket, you see these little tiny hocks. There's no meat on them. They have hardly any meat on them. I call them ham bones because it's not a hock if you can't eat it. All right.
Well, I'm going to have to use that line.
Just like that.
Hock if you can't eat it.
We're going to follow behind with a little white rice on the side. I like to put my white rice right on top, just like that, right on top of my beans. Just like that. And then over here, I have a little jalapeno. So I'm going to put a little jalapeno on top. I love hot sauce, but it's got a lot of salt. I'd rather have the jalapenos and control my salt. That's it. Let's get into this. I want to show you how tender this is. Look at this.
God damn, that is
ham
beautiful.
hock just falls right off the bone. Just like that. I can pull this bone right out of this hock, which we will. Just pull it right out of there. Gotta add it right back to our beans. Keep that flavor in there. And we'll pull them out at the end. All right, look at that ham hock. Right out of there. And let's get a little Pitmaster's taste in there.
Fuck,
of that hock.
Beautiful.
Look at that.
Why can't I cook like that?
Excellent. There's nothing like making your own ham hocks because you control the salt. These have very minimum salt. And by the way, don't put any salt in this to the end. Try it. Salt. It's going to toughen up your bean. And let's give our beans a shot there. Little ham hock, jalapeno in there. And that is the perfect bite. Wow. All right. And there you have it. Ham hocks and beans. And if you like this video and many more that are about to come, hit that like button and subscribe. And don't forget to hit that little bell. This way you get the videos first. Again, thank you for joining us. We love having you, and we'll see you next time. Stick around.
You know that I saved this video. There's some ideas there. I've never actually thought of thinking of ham hocks is anything other than seasoning. So we'll have to try that. I got one more cooking video. Then we're gonna move into politics for a bit.
This is the meat from an entire chicken, right there. That's a real chicken, a ranch chicken. It's just important to remember how absolutely spoiled we are today. Nothing like this modern stuff from the store today. The famous chef Ina Garten, we all love her. But I remember being young and listening to her give her recipe for chicken broth. And she says to take 3 whole chickens, boil them down, take the broth, and then throw away all the meat, all the bones, all the vegetables you put in, toss them. And I remember even as a kid thinking, that's crazy. That's crazy. Boy, that's looking good.
No, my lord.
The modern world doesn't get food. It doesn't get old-fashioned cooking, which is why today we're going all the way into a start-to-finish meal of chicken and dumplings. A ranch rooster, sourdough rising dumplings, the works. This is what history tasted like and felt like. We'll gloss over some of it for the faint of heart, but the joy of today is in seeing that one meal, one simple chicken meal, is straight out of history, and the results beat any modern version. So let's fire up the wood-burning cook stove, prepare a bird, and get the whole family in here to help. A meal like chicken and dumplings, there's a reason why this is such a staple food. It's a staple in America, certainly out west here. All people would have eaten it either with domesticated chickens or with prairie chickens, as they're often called, or sage grouse, any of the different types of grouse that you could get off the land, even pheasant. This rooster today, he's domesticated, but he is as small and skinny and little as any wild bird would be. And a meal like this, it's a way of utilizing the most out of that bird. So we're boiling down the bones and we're getting a broth. All the bits of meat from the leg, the breast, the back, all of it is getting shredded off and going into this dish. And when everything cooks down, we get a really nutritious meal that stretches. This can feed a lot of people with, honestly, a pretty darn small bird. So first things first, we can't have a heaping helping of a meal like this without getting the rooster into the pot. I'll keep it brief on the first stages, but let's just say with a brood of young new chickens hatched from eggs, some turned out to be roosters. And as the roosters started to get older, well, some became a nuisance. Now, the kids and I caught a glimpse of the process, but Joe and Abby, along with Grandma and Grandpa, they tackled the real work here. This is a huge part of getting food. It's easy to act spoiled today and expect meat at every meal, but this is what one chicken dinner used to take. So into the pot went the plucked, rinsed, quartered, and ready rooster. A spare onion from the garden got chopped in half and followed him into the pot. Then it was back to our little garden for a vital ingredient. Have the weeds taken over? Yes. All this rain has made for a mad dash of growth, but the herbs are doing just fine. So please don't judge me too harshly. Were I a homesteader, yes, I'd likely be dead. But for this meal today, we're going to find all that we need from this little patch of ground. I'm grabbing a natural bouquet garni of thyme that'll hold together in the pot. And then I'm grabbing some sage too. I brought my homemade knife, but there's an old superstition that says never cut sage with a metal blade. So let's pinch it for now with our fingers. You saw that we seared those chicken pieces in lard for a minute or two here, and that's for flavor.
Oh! Ow, 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 ow!
But I was tempted earlier to make fried chicken. There's a great old recipe in this book called Too Poor to Move, But Always Rich, and it talks about a homesteader's fried chicken feast here in Montana. But this bird is too small. He doesn't have enough meat on him, so better to save this fried chicken recipe for another day. And certainly if we were using one of the old laying hens, this would have been the rancher's way. Another favorite for our family came from chickens that were too old and too tough to fry. The old hens and roosters were canned in a pressure cooker, making them very tender, then stored in quart jars in the cellar, so they were available anytime during the winter. I remember watching Mom make noodles. After she rolled out the dough, she cut it into strips and laid them across the backs of chairs to dry. Chicken and noodles made a lot of winter days more enjoyable. Okay, so that rooster has been cooking down in the pot with the onions and thyme. And I just want that to have sort of a simmer, boil for, it's been about an hour. I'm looking for probably an hour and a half. Because even though the rooster was very young, this is not a store-bought chicken, right? This is a ranch rooster, so it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be pretty sinewy. It doesn't have a lot of meat and it has almost no fat. So I just really want that to cook until the meat falls off the bones. I'm pretty sure that's gonna give us the result we want. So I want it to go a little longer, and then I'm gonna strain out the bones, the onion, and the thyme, and I wanna have the meat in one place, and I wanna have the broth saved. Because that's when the chicken and dumplings, as a proper recipe, really kicks off. We're getting close, we're getting close. Young George is my helper today. He's got buildings he's greeting, and we have a big bowl full of flathead cherries ready for eating. A once-a-year treat. Because although we have some hours into this meal already, there's nothing on our plates just yet. So while that chicken cooks down, we have jam sandwiches and cherries to eat on the front steps. And a book to read on the sheepskin while we wait. Can you spit the seed? Spit the pit.
Wait.
Go. One morning in Maine, Sal woke up. She peeked over the top of the covers. The bright sunlight made her blink, so she pulled the covers up and was just about to go back to sleep when she remembered, today is the day I'm going to Bucks Harbor with my father. Sal pushed back the covers, hopped out of bed, put on her robe and slippers, and hurried out into the hall. An hour and a half later, the bird is out. That time simmering is what really helps tenderize him, because we want that meat to just fall off the bones. As I'm pulling apart, I'm trying to get any of these little skinny bones. I don't want that into our pot, but look at some of this meat. This is beautiful meat. For as young and skinny as these roosters looked, this is fantastic. It's good. And chicken and dumplings is the perfect use for a rooster like this. He wouldn't be much good as a fryer. He wouldn't be much good as a Sunday roast. But man, oh man, is he gonna be so good as chicken and dumplings. And it's a wonderful use for a rooster that was otherwise just being a problem. Now this rooster was the first one to go. This is about the time of year when you have to cull some of your flock. You're getting ready to go into winter. Although it feels like the middle of summer, preparation for winter really does begin right now. It's canning season, and when it comes to chickens, you have to decide who is fit to stay and who has to go. And this rooster, he was the first to go because he got a little bit too aggressive with all the ladies. And we can't have any of that because those chickens are there for the purpose of giving us eggs. We want them to have a nice, happy life and lay lots of eggs for us. And this guy was making that difficult. So into the pot he goes. Once I've got all this meat separated, it's going back into the pot of broth that we got off of this chicken. And that will give us the base for this meal. But I've left out maybe the most favorite ingredient here. dumplings. And the joy of this recipe is you don't need an oven to make them. I have made this mistake before, but not today. Not today. That oven is turned off and it's just one pot for the whole meal. I like to think of myself as a connoisseur of these, but today we're going way out on a limb to make a true 1800s version, and it's one I've never quite had before. Almost every recipe you'll find for dumplings uses a lot of baking powder or baking soda. And don't get me wrong, chemical leaveners definitely existed in the late 1800s. That was a thing. They didn't exist in the 1700s, but by the 1800s, yeah, they were coming around. But out here on a homestead in Montana, back in 1889, when this homestead cabin was originally built, you had to buy baking powder. You had to buy baking soda. Anything extra that you needed money and time to go and get and bring here, you would have tried to do without. And that's where sourdough comes in. Sourdough isn't some fancy, fiddly way to do things. It was a way to get things to puff up and rise and get light when you didn't have a lot of other options. So yeah, you could have gone out and got baking powder, but I bet a lot of people didn't. You would have used sourdough, and you would have used that sourdough to make it rise. Bugs. Now, I've created this recipe by cobbling together lots of bits of knowledge, accounting for historically available ingredients, methods, and tools. After all, we're out here in a remote part of Montana in an 1800s homestead. That's very different from downtown San Francisco. So here's our recipe to test. 1 egg for richness, half a cup of fed, bubbly sourdough starter, and 2 cups of flour. I'm talking heritage 1800s flour here. And if you want to make this recipe, which I highly recommend, I'll put the detailed recipe in the description, along with links to support the channel, and even buy handmade wooden tools just like these, made by our friends. So we have some white and some heritage flour, then salt and pepper. Okay, go. Yeah, that-a-way, George. A bit of water or broth to make it come together, 1 ranch egg. Ready? And just a touch of fat. We're putting in 2 tablespoons of pure lard here. And of course, like most historic cooking, you can't start last minute. So this dough was mixed first thing when the kids and I had just fired up the cook stove. We stirred all the ingredients together with our wooden spurtle and then kneaded the dough a bit to get that yeast working. Because that yeast is doing a real job. It's not sourdough discard. Here it comes. It's living, fed yeast that is our one and only way to get these dumplings to rise. So many recipes today. If you look up chicken and dumplings with sourdough, they're just going to throw in some discard. But that's not the real thing. Discard really doesn't do all that much for a recipe. Might give you a little flavor, but it just mostly makes people feel better.
Mom, is that your recipe?
That's my recipe. Did we miss anything? But if you actually read those recipes, they're counting on baking powder and baking soda to do the heavy lifting. And we are going way more old school than that today. We are actually counting on the sourdough to give us our flavor and to give us our leavening. We'll see if it works. I don't expect these to be big, puffy biscuits. That's not what we're after. I could make those, and I could make them with sourdough, and they would work. But I want the southern chicken and dumplings. I want that flat cross between a noodle with just a little bit of puff. That's the goal of this recipe. Whether we get it or not, who knows? Because for all my searching, there weren't that many recipes out there. This was one of those dishes that was humble. Didn't make it into a lot of cookbooks. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing you'd probably serve for company. But man, oh man, out on a homestead on the Montana prairie with a rooster like this who'd given you some trouble, this was a meal. And I bet this was a meal everybody loved. Kids, adults, old, young. Who doesn't like chicken and dumplings, right? Well, I'll be honest, Robbie doesn't love dumplings. He'd rather have biscuits any day. We're not on the same page on that one. But a big reason why the dumpling came about in history was that you didn't need to heat up an oven to make biscuits on the side. Ovens were special. They were still pretty rare. This oven was a bit of a treasure to have back in the 1800s, early 1900s in your own house. So chicken and dumplings is a one-pot solution for your meat, your vegetables, and your bread. Instead of a biscuit or a thin noodle, the dumpling became kind of a cross between the two, and a very satisfying cross at that. Plus, this dinner has the uncanny ability to take a ranch bird, however small, and feed the crowd.
Now this is something straight out of history. These are the chicken breasts. Look how little they are. Now, granted, this was a young chicken. It was a rooster. And, these are just crosses. They're nothing special. They aren't specifically broiler chickens or anything like that. Look at the size of that. I mean, when we go to the store today and we get a chicken breast, think how gigantic they are. But back in history, this is what you got. This is it. You couldn't make a whole meal out of everyone getting a chicken breast. We're so spoiled today.
This meal hit home to me how much we've become detached from our food, myself fully included in the general we of modern life. I was pleased to see that the kids handled butchering day really well. They understood without any tears that the roosters have a role to play on the farm, and if we want dinner, they'll be a part of that. Once a person sees that connection, it's pretty tough to take meat for granted.
Here's one!
Oh, look at that.
Oh my golly, here's a good one.
That's why after all these years, that one Ina Garten recipe still gets under my skin. Chicken broth using 3 whole chickens that you then discard? Flavor be damned, that's crazy.
I mean, those are 3 living creatures that it took to make chicken broth? No, those lives are worth more than that. And certainly a homesteader out here just getting by, and 3 chickens, that was a dream. Eating any of your chickens would have been probably done after they either stopped laying eggs or they were a rooster like this and they just weren't useful to you anymore. And in that case, you weren't getting a big, giant, chunky bird full of meat. You were getting a nutritious animal that was probably pretty skinny and pretty small. But you could make an awesome meal if you knew how to cook them right. Or you could make a pretty dreadful meal if you didn't know how to cook it right. I mean, if you just cut the chicken breasts off of a rooster like this and throw them on the grill, you're going to be pretty disappointed.
The fresh garden vegetables are all in and simmering in the pot. Onions, young carrots, and pea pods. A few potatoes to thicken it up a bit. You can see the peas got haled a bit, but that's okay. We don't need perfection here. These are the staple vegetables that grow even in the harsh north. That kind of resilience is what this meal is all about. Nothing fiddly. The vegetables just need to simmer until tender. The chicken follows the vegetables in, and now all is cooking down. But the dumplings aren't in yet when all of a sudden everyone arrives, soaking wet after being out in the fields with Dad.
You're drenched.
They're drenched from a surprise thunderstorm, but in good spirits.
Did you have fun?
So,
The bowls are brought down and the table set. In sunnier weather, we've all been helping haul hay bales from their random drop points in the fields, and then we've been lining them up in long straight rows. Robbie has done 95% of this, but my dad, along with the kids and I, well, we've chipped in whenever possible. The ground out here where the foothills meet the prairie, it isn't great for growing vegetables, but alfalfa hay and grass hay, that's something it gives us in spades. The hay feeds the cows and horses through long winters, and the more the kids are a part of this daily work, the more Robbie and I have hope for the future. Now we have a hungry family tromping in, ready to eat. Luckily, about a half an hour ago, I got the dough patted down and rolled out. All that good sourdough flavor and rise, it's been developing this whole time. And now it's ready to go. So that disc is flattened out and rolled to maybe a 1/4 inch. You can see the flecks of the stone ground wheat in there. That heritage wheat, that's going to give a nutty, almost cinnamon flavor to the dumplings. Then sliced into long strips and sliced again into rough squares, and maybe more rectangles. Rustic is our aim here. Then once again, that sourdough needs to rise. Just for maybe 10-20 minutes, just to puff up a little bit. I'm not too worried about the amount of time. But with the family bounding through the door, it's time to get the dumplings into that boiling pot of soup. They just need another 10 minutes and we'll have a grand, finished meal. over the tops of the dumplings, I'm sprinkling homemade garlic scape salt for a humble yet just a bit over the top flavor. Flavor is the name of the game with this recipe. But the beauty of it is we have all we need right here from one bird and some humble vegetables and herbs from the garden. Nothing is wasted and nothing is excessive.
Now, if you're thinking all these bones and bits of skin are going to waste, they will not be, because we're going to boil them down again. And we'll get more broth, more bone broth. Any little bits of nutrients we can get from this bird, we're going to get them. Because you didn't throw stuff away.
Mama, what are we cooking now?
Hot soup.
We have soup.
All right, now very hot, okay? All right.
So what's the verdict? The dumplings turned out to be an absolutely unique 1800s version. They're not a noodle, they're not a biscuit boiled on top of a stew. These dumplings have air pockets and a gentle lightness thanks to the sourdough, but a thin noodle-like element as well. It's totally a food that is up my alley. And with that garlic scape salt sprinkled on top, oh, it's pretty heavenly.
Now time for the chicken.
But the really unexpected part for me is the meat. I was bracing myself for a stringy, sinewy rooster and maybe flavor I wouldn't like. But that's not the case. The kids gobbled up the chicken, and so did I.
Good?
The chicken is amazing.
I can't speak highly enough of it. But on top of its standalone great flavor, I think all the knowledge of the work and the time that went into raising the bird from an egg and preparing it for a meal, and then standing beside the wood-burning cook stove all day, all of that got us to this moment of eating it. And that all plays into the appreciation. I'll tell you, I did not throw out one piece of this meat. It's just too special. So we've gone from butchering to simmering that bird for hours with herbs and water, all the way up to a finished chicken and dumplings meal. On a winter's day or a rainy summer day like this one, what could be better than all day spent like this? A luxury today, yes, but an everyday meal not too long ago in history. It's a shame that days like this one have become rare.
Great.
As opposed to comfortingly commonplace. The satisfaction of a long, meandering day is further proof to me that this sort of quiet life is better in line with our souls than any fast-paced competition the world has to offer today.
Well, you guys, that was a delicious and very nutritious family meal. And that little burst of rain that came through right at the end, heaven. I am loving the weather this summer. Knock on wood, heaven forbid some disasters find us before harvest is done. But I'm going to say it anyway. I'm really enjoying this summer. And I can hear the rain hitting the roof, so we better load up our gear and go see what other work needs to be done on the farm. Everybody else is outside except me, so this is it. I'm on my way out. Thank you for cooking in the cabin with us this Saturday. I hope you'll join us next week. We'll explore some 1800s meals that define common folk, especially people out west here. It was a hard but a beautiful way of life. Cheers, you guys.
You know, oddly enough, unlike Mr. Bardwell here, what I see is not racist. I have no clue how that even came up. But what I see are people who are rich enough to afford, this sort of hobby. But the better point is raise your kids to work hard early, especially in their working lives. Who knows what you'll get into as you get older. And I use myself as an anecdote. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I'm used to the coast, and I was in the Navy. I was kind of used to a coastal life. And I was lucky enough, I guess would be the word, to get a job up in the Shenandoah Valley. And as I'm driving up I-81, I'm like, well, gee, you know what? I've always wondered what it would be like living in the mountains. So I tried something different, and lucky for me, I could afford to do it. This is, the lesson, if it's not obvious, is work hard young. Never know a lifestyle or an experiment or a vacation that you might want to try out. And as it turned out, I moved up to the mountains on a whim, and I spent 20 years there. Met a wife, you know, um, had a family. Um, Best decision I ever made, though it did take some learning to live up in them Blue Ridge Mountains. But work hard, young folks. Never know the opportunity or the interesting thing you might learn to do. So what I see are people in this video, and I will tune in. I've subscribed, but I see people who had an idea of a way they wanted to live a life, or even if it's a weekend hobby or a weekday hobby, or just a hobby. Hey, if you can afford to do it, looks like they had fun. Uh, Looks like they had a good meal, and that's what I take away from it. Not so much race. Um, Ryan, you need to stop listening to your hero, Be Brave, or John Galt, your uncle. Fucking start thinking for yourself, and I can help you do that. So anyway, we're going to switch gears here. This is something I hadn't heard anyone say. Millions leave the Democratic Party. Voter exodus sparks reactions nationwide. And this is a new channel that I've subscribed to, Lisa Cabrera. So I did not listen to it, but it is an interesting idea, and maybe she's right. Let's see if we learn something. And hopefully, there's not too much of.
Shalom, shalom, family. Good to see you all here. Hope you're doing well. We're going to talk about what's going on with the Democratic Party. It is a lot worse than you can imagine. And who can you fault other than themselves? So, the Democratic Party, now, when I did my article yesterday, it was approximately 2.5. No, it's way more than that, y'all. It's more like 4.5 million people have left the Democratic Party. Now, let's talk about some of the things they have failed when it comes down to their constituents. Now, we know they have virtually ignored us on reparations. And whenever we raise the fact that they have done nothing for the Black community, their response is, oh, what we've done for everybody. But we know they do specific things for certain groups. We saw it with the immigrants. We saw it with the Asians. We saw it with LGBTQ. But with us, they keep gaslighting us and refuse to do anything exclusively for us. Or they'll make us feel like, oh, well, that's not going to go anywhere. Why? If all of the other groups' issues went somewhere, why wouldn't ours? Not unless you're really racist. And you know what really didn't help you? Kamala, when she said, if you think I'm just going to do something just benefit Black people, no. All right. James Clyburn cussing at us when we raised the issue of reparations. He's cussing. See, y'all need to get your people under control, for one. Thank you, Monica Gregory, for the super sticker and all of your support. And I did get your Cash Apps, and I deeply appreciate that too. Thank you for being such a good supporter of my channel. Anyway, y'all, they don't take us seriously. And the Democrats, just because Moynihan told you benign and neglect and never do anything for Black people, it didn't mean you had to listen to the devil, because that man was the devil. Any person that tells you something like that, that's a damn devil. And it doesn't mean you had to follow what that man said. You did it because you agreed with it. Just because somebody suggests, if somebody suggests to me right now, don't cater to Black people on your channel, I have the, discernment to listen or not listen. But of course, I'm not going to listen to that. And you Democrats, you had the same option. Just because this white devil suggested that you do something, it didn't mean you had to go with it. But for decades, y'all have gone along with benign and neglect. And what's insulting is you Black congressmen and women, you should be ashamed of yourself for doing that to your own people. I fault you more than anyone else. HR 40. When it comes down to us, you need a study. Look at all the task force that cropped up around the country over reparations. Study. Not one reparations bill passed. Not one. And we saw what they did in California. And not one of you in Congress, the Congressional Black Caucus, not one of you spoke out against what Gavin Newsom did. Not one of you did it. Another thing, why do y'all got so many foreigners up there in Congress? Y'all, there are 17 people in Congress that weren't even born here. See, those kind of people should not even be elected. Why are you electing people that weren't born here? 17 members of Congress was not born here. And that's the root of the problem right there. Those folks are influencing the rest of you to ignore the Black community and do for immigrants. And whenever they speak, they're always speaking exclusively, oh, my Jamaican constituents. Oh, my constituents from here and from there. That's what y'all do. Those folks should not even be eligible to run for office. And that's the root of the problem when it comes down to immigration. You got way too many immigrants influencing that stuff. And again, you got the discernment to go along with something or not. And apparently you went along, because if it's anything against the Black community, you seem to all be for it. Look at Maxine Waters. If you go back and look at the videos, I believe it was back in June, she showed up in California for the immigrants. She showed up at the protests, out in the streets, speaking up for the immigrants. That's what she did. We can't even talk about the countless amounts of money that you have given to everybody and not one dime for your constituents in the Black community. You have given to immigrants. Joe Biden has shuffled billions upon billions to Ukraine, to Israel. He's given to Palestine. He's given to all these different groups. At Apex, they're not even any help to you either. Y'all have fumbled the ball to no return. You know what? Anyway, this place is going down anyway. Politics, all of this politics in this country has been rooted in racism. All of it. It doesn't matter if it's on the Republican side or the Democratic side. All of politics in the U.S. is rooted in racism, and y'all have conducted it that way from day one. The only time the Democratic Party wants to come around is election time. Any other time, they spend that time avoiding us, avoiding the issues we're concerned about. When we were getting killed out in the street, our people, mainly our men, some of our children and women too, the Democratic Party have sat silent. They have sat silent through the whole thing. We wanted them to do something about qualified immunity, right? And for every group, they can get things done. You don't even have a real name for these immigrants, but you can still manage to get money to them. Okay? But when it's us and we say reparations, here comes the white community and the politics. Well, how you going to get the money? How did you get it to these immigrants and you don't even have a real name? Get the hell out of here with that crap. Get out of here with that crap. If you can give money to people that are unknown coming across the border, how the hell you going to look us in the face and say how you going to do it? Are you for real? All of y'all need to go sit the hell down and shut the fuck up. And ladies and gentlemen, all we wanted was them to pass that George Floyd Policing Act. We're the only group, listen to me now, we're the only group they always come to and tell us they can't get shit done. They sure didn't tell that to the Asians. They didn't say that to the immigrants. Obama, he gave money to the Jews, didn't tell them they couldn't get stuff done. But when it's us, oh, we just couldn't get the votes. We just couldn't get it passed. You didn't try. You didn't try. You did not really push that bill like you could have. You didn't. So the fact of the matter, the Democratic Party is in the toilet because you did this to yourself. You did this to yourself. Look at Chicago. Their constituents kept showing up for the town halls. And the only thing Brandon Johnson wanted to do, he wanted to do for the immigrants. He ignored the constituency that put him in office. And he paid attention and gave all kinds of money and everything to immigrants that couldn't even vote for him. And that wasn't just done in Chicago, it was done in New York. Look at all the shelters they put up. They allowed the immigrants to drive with no license. They could rob any store. They would just lock them up for about a day, let them out. They gave them money. They put them up in hotels. They gave them food cards, debit cards to get food, because they claimed they didn't want the food in America. They wanted the food from their country. So they went out of their way to give them hundreds of dollars on a card so they could get the food of their choice. In the meantime, when all of that was going on, y'all, because I did the videos, and many of you that's been around for a long time on my channel, you saw me do these videos. When all of that was going on, the homeless people in New York had to ride the subway all night long just so they didn't have to sleep on the cold ground. That's what they had to do. Nobody was giving them anything. They literally had to get on a subway car and just keep warm and just ride the subway car all night long to get out of the cold. No shelter that was built was made for them, but it was made for the immigrants. Remember, they got so much money, they could buy mopeds, they could buy cars, they could do all that stuff. While our people froze on the streets. Yes, they did. They froze on the damn street. Dana Mitchell, thank you so much for the super chat. Preach, Miss Cabrera. Thank you. I appreciate your support for my channel. Yeah, it's upsetting. But y'all, when these people fail to do for us, this is when you take it to the Most High. And you pray for the downfall of each and every one of these people that refuse to extend a helping hand towards our reparations, towards getting these police in order and doing something about qualified immunity. Hell, you can't even get the Democrats to speak up about Donald Trump trying to remove our history from the Smithsonian. You can't even get them to do that. And that's free. Democrats speaking up and standing up to Donald Trump, that's free. They won't stand up to Donald Trump. They won't do for us. I just don't understand. Why do you even want somebody to vote for you? Donald Trump has been steamrolling all of you, and you have been sitting there doing that. Akeem Jeffries, y'all need to replace him. He's too damn weak. He's weak. And the only one that have had a voice out here is, what's her name? Jasmine. You know, the Texas Congresswoman. Crockett, right? How come she is a congresswoman, but the head of Congress, Akeem Jeffries, he's quiet? This doesn't make any sense. He should be in the forefront opposing what the Republicans are doing. You can't get him to open his mouth to save his mama's life. All of y'all act like you're scared of Donald Trump. How do you expect people to vote for you when you won't say nothing? You can't get the young people. Well, Jasmine Crockett is young, but you can't even get the old people up in there that really should have been out of there a long time ago. You can't get them to say nothing either. Y'all won't even speak for free. So I don't know what good it is to have a congressional Black caucus and they won't support their constituency. But you see the Asian, their caucus, they support the Asians. You see the Latino, they have a caucus, they support their people. But the Congressional Black Caucus, they support immigrants. They won't support their people. And like I said, they are going according to the rules of a devil, telling them to do benign and neglect on their own people, and those assholes went along with it the entire time. Don't ever forget that. Don't ever forget it. So at this point, I just don't know. Maybe you should dismantle the Democratic Party and come up with something else, because at the rate you're going, I don't know how y'all gonna have any more wins. And if you come with the old rhetoric, you know you're doomed. One thing you can't do after losing 4.5 million people, one thing you can't do is come back with the same BS. That stuff ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. No more HR 40s. No more, oh, we couldn't get it passed. We just couldn't get the votes. If you come back with that mess, you are never going to win. And I don't blame people for leaving a party that will do for foreigners, Ukraine, and do for foreign people in their country over the citizens. I just don't know how y'all going to win anything. So anyway, I put together some videos that I'm going to have you listen to. You know, some of these are news clips, some of them are people responding to what's going on with the Democrats hemorrhaging their voters, and they don't even know what to do. That's why they're silent. But y'all, you shouldn't vote for the Democrats until they come up with anything solid, which I know they're not. What they're going to do is come out and, you know, try to sweet talk everybody. But at the end of the day, they're going to run to the same playbook because they've done it way too many times.
Well,
They've
I'm
done it
going
too many.
to interrupt here. As much as I might respect Miss Cabrera, she sounds like the black face of white supremacy. I said earlier today that blacks can't afford to be racists. There are different ways, different frames of thinking about immigration in America, but she just literally sounds like a garden variety racist. Think better.
Times for me to believe they're going to do something different. They're not. They're not.
Oh, and by the way, the real criticism of the Democrats that actually can hold weight, Republicans played a 50 to 70 year long game. They patiently waited to put infrastructure in place, especially since Reagan, but it's kind of reaped benefits since then. And finally, they got the ultimate payoff. The real criticism of Democrats is they were too slow on the uptake to figure out what was going on. This argument you make is literally something that should have been done 50 years ago. Thinking long and hard about how to approach dismantling MAGA, I think it'll dissipate on its own, but who knows? This is a reaction to something that started almost 70 years ago. You don't have the solution. Democrats don't have the solution. Thinking, critically thinking, etc., is what's needed now. You're not going to defeat the tentacles of this Republican octopus in 2 years or even 4 years. This is going to be a long road back.
They may say different things, but they're not going to do different things. And Joe Biden, he's another one that ruined this for you. Joe Biden, Kamala, you know, he was in office. He had a chance to do something for the black community. Didn't he say he would have the backs of the black community? And then he didn't do it. He didn't do it.
Who in the black community actually thought Joe Biden could do something for the black community? It's a bad argument. There's not a politician in America that's going to be that defiant against the majority population. Mamdani in New York City, for example, he DSA type socialists, they don't even think racially. Excuse me. They think along class lines. Time out. There is the saying that they're not coming to save us. They were never going to save us. To be honest, they never have. Bad framing, bad starting point. I don't even know what to say other than read a history book.
And Joe Biden was one of the biggest ones opening up the borders. So your foreign Congress members.
Immigration was the least of the quote black community's problem. Immigration's fine. unless you believe that there are such things as black jobs. And I know a nightshade or two who actually thinks there are black jobs.
Kamala, Biden, and all of you that have failed the black community, this is why you are in the state you're in. See, at the end of the day, justice will always prevail. And judgment is on the Democratic Party in this country. You better suck it up and either do something about it or shut up. But we know you're not going to do anything about it because you don't have the backbones to even stand up to Donald Trump. You don't have the backbones. Al Green, he tried to push some articles of impeachment, but that didn't go anywhere. Even other Democrats opposed him. And they pretty much turned on Jasmine Crockett too. And she's been out. Like I said, when you look at everybody in terms of how long they've been in Congress, she's pretty much a junior. And the junior got a bigger voice than the people that are seniors up in there. Something is wrong with your party. Something is seriously wrong with y'all. But in these last times, the Most High really don't have no need for either party. And, you know, it's not going to be just you going down. Eventually, these these Republicans, he's going to take them out too, because there's really no need for either one of them. We don't need no political parties, especially racist ones, and both of you have proven to be racist. You don't really have no place in politics with all that racism. And this is why the people behind it, this is why your numbers are in the toilet, and they're going to continue to be in the toilet. Because there's really no need for any of you to lead anymore. That's why neither party is really successful. Neither one. And your president, look at your president. A 34 convicted felon is your president. That says it all right there. That says it all. And that man, his health is failing. Donald Trump is not in good shape. And y'all trying to hide that mess, but physically, you can't hide it because we can see physically what's going on with Donald Trump. He ain't in good health. And he keeps throwing a bunch of makeup on his hand, trying to hide a bruise that won't go away. You do that when you got some shit that won't go away. That's why he keep caking on that makeup on his hand. That mess ain't going away. And that is a sign right there of bad health. That man is in bad health, and y'all know it. But let's get to the videos, y'all. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. Yes, thank you.
New reporting in the Times this morning, just broke a short time ago, of the 30 states that track voter registration, Democrats lost ground to Republicans in every single one.
The New York Times says this isn't just a dip, it's a potential death spiral for the Democratic Party.
What I can only describe as a historic collapse, a double implosion that the Democrats and their media machine will never recover from. So on the one side, you got Hakeem Jeffries. He goes on CNBC thinking he can just spin the same old tired talking points. But this time, the host hit him with cold, hard facts. Trump's economy is booming. Inflation's under control. Trillions in investment pouring into America. The border finally secured. And Jeffries, he snaps. He loses it. He about quits. He shouts. He stammers. And then he storms right out of the interview in total humiliation. And on the other side, at the very same moment, Rachel Maddow, once the crown jewel of MSNBC, is watching everything that she built crumble to dust. Her own network ditches its name after 29 years. 29 long years are changing their name, rebrands with some half-baked patriotic slogan. And what does Rachel Maddow do? Well, instead of defending it, she melts down in public, mocking the rebrand and admitting that she doesn't even know how to pronounce the new name. Folks, that's not confidence. That is a career in freefall. This is the double quit, okay? Jeffries could not handle the truth and quit. Rachel Maddow, she couldn't save MSNBC, and she lost everything. So here's the real kicker. Both meltdowns prove the exact same point. Democrats and their media allies are collapsing under the weight of Donald J. Trump's success. When Trump wins, well, they lose their minds. Now, by the way, guys, if you appreciate the news updates, please hit the like button and subscribe. But we're just getting started here because in the next couple of minutes, I'm going to show you the exact moment that Jeffries gets wrecked with facts, the bizarre meltdown from Rachel Maddow that international press is now mocking. Guys, she is getting made fun of internationally, okay? We're done. You're going to understand exactly why this double quit isn't just a bad day for the left. It is the beginning of the end. So now, let's start with the first crack in the wall. Jeffries' CNBC rage quit. Now, picture this, guys. CNBC, the business network, not CNN, not MSNBC. These aren't softball pitches lobbying Democrat talking points. These are people who live and breathe numbers. So basically, when Jeffries walked in with his binder full of excuses, they didn't just ask questions. They dropped the hammer of facts right on his head. So they looked him straight in the eye and they laid it all out. Inflation, 2.7% after hitting 9% under Joe Biden. GDP, 3% growth. Stocks, record highs. S&P 500, Dow Jones, NASDAQ, the border finally secure with Trump's new enforcement surge, trade deals locked in with Europe, Japan, and more on the way. Trillions of dollars in foreign investment flowing into America. Even Iran.
People like this young man here want to bring up Joe Biden's 9%. What he won't tell you is indeed 2.7%, except it's up from a year ago. Democracy dies in dumbness. And this dude thinks we're all stupid.
His nuclear ambitions set back indefinitely. And then came the killer question. Congressman, where's the calamity you keep talking about? This dude, and you could pretty much see it on his face, though. Jeffries didn't have an answer.
The inflation rate itself was 2.7% in the most recent read year over year versus.
The Democratic Party may lie in voter registration data. As national correspondent Matt Gelka explains, the alarm bells could be ringing in a majority of states around the country.
New data reported by the New York Times could be a major warning sign for the Democratic Party. Voter registration data showed a party that is rapidly losing voters in every state that tracks registration by political party. From 2020 to 2024, the data showed a 4.5 million voter swing from Democrat to Republican in the 30 states tracking party affiliations, with Dems losing 2.1 million registered voters and Republicans gaining 2.4 million. Maryland businessman Ed Hale, who just announced a run for governor as a Republican, is a former Democrat who switched parties.
I don't see much that I agree with the way the Democrats are going right now. I just don't.
The 30 states include 4 key battlegrounds: Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, where Democratic voter registration advantages were eroding. In Pennsylvania, for example, the data showed that Democrats had more than 500,000 more registered voters than Republicans in 2020. That number is down to around 53,000 as of this summer.
Democrats for years and years now have faced a branding problem, a messaging problem that has just led to people not only continuing their loyalty, but especially with younger voters, them choosing the other team.
Shedding voter registration advantages over the 4-year period may have proved to be a missed warning sign for the party. Democrats suffered huge losses in 2024 when they lost the White House and the popular vote to Donald Trump.
And maybe more significant is Pew Research Center. They've been doing for many years this study of the overall electorate. Do you identify more as a Democrat or a Republican? When Barack Obama was elected in 2008, the Democrats had a 12-point lead on party identification. In 2020, when Joe Biden won the election, it was D+6. In 2024, for the first time in decades, Republicans took the lead, R+1. Now Trump is president. What are we seeing in 2025? A continuation of that red trend, still R+1. So it's an electorate that has a very dim view of the opposition party right now.
You know, and Lisa, what's interesting too in the Wall Street Journal poll, at least, is even if voters are dissatisfied with how President Trump is handling some of these issues, they still trust Republicans at large more than Democrats. You know, why do you think that is? What do you make of that?
Well, I just find that to be so interesting. And this poll, if you read it, it feels a little bit like it's all over the place, because there are some things like immigration, for example, where there are some voters who are saying like they're not exactly happy with the tactics that the Republican administration is taking. However, they still prefer Republicans over Democrats on this very same issue.
Particular point, the Democratic brand is in the basement. It is total and complete garbage in the mind of the American public. The Democratic Party's net favorable rating, record lows in all three. Wall Street Journal, 30 points underwater. CNN, 26 points underwater. Gallup, 26 points underwater. And that is being driven in large part by discontent within the Democratic base. The Democratic base wants something different. We'll ultimately end up seeing who they choose. It'll be quite the thing who ultimately gets the race.
It's red everywhere, Rev. And it's not just a red flag. This is a blaring red alarm that Democrats should not ignore. And I say that thinking about how angry people are, because Democrats specifically ran on a platform in 2024 about how dangerous Donald Trump is, how he would lead an authoritarian type of regime in this administration, and how he is now acting on that. And Democrats have yet to formulate an explicit, comprehensive response to someone that they identified as a threat. They're not treating him as a threat. There's these attempts to use normal tactics in politics that no longer apply to the playbook or the reality that we're experiencing. And I think it's important for Democrats to listen to this and recalibrate, even including how they treat candidates who do.
Wait a minute. So it has nothing to do with the Democrats actually just making stuff up or actually blaming the other side of things that they actually are doing themselves. It has nothing to do with that. News to me.
The revoking of Omar Fate's DFL endorsement in Minnesota just shows that Democrats would rather lose an election than endorse somebody that's more left-wing than them. Shit happened in 2016, 2020, and now 2024 too. The American left wing is so stupid that they would rather lose an election than develop better policies. I cannot express to you how tired I am of the dead weight from these APAC pigs that keep giving into this country. It's almost like you hate democracy.
So NBC is reporting that 4.5 million
Well, let
voters
me help that young man out. They're paying attention to democracy. If the left, meaning the socialists, democratic socialists, if they were that popular, democracy would have actually demanded Zohan Mamdani. So give it time, young buck. And by the way, America tends not to be a democratic socialist. So democracy is going to get you.
Switch their party affiliation to Republican across 30 states. 30 states, 4.5 million Democrats. Like, what's going on, Democrat? What's going on? Like, what are y'all doing? Is it Jasmine? It must be. I think it's Jasmine. The more she talked, the more people. Nah, but yeah, but what's going on? Like, you got the situation in Texas, the redistricting. Everybody's redistricting now. The situation with Gavin Newsom in California is just. It's like the party, it seems like the party is imploding. And that's a major disappointment. Like, you just lost 4.5 million voters. Well, they switched their parties. I don't know, man. These midterms, I don't know if they're going to go in y'all favor.
I think the Democrats are hemorrhaging voters because they've chosen all the wrong constituencies. They seem to care more about illegal aliens than American citizens, violent criminals than law-abiding citizens, and the Palestinian flag more than the American flag. That is not true, and that is when you take those positions on things like that, people tend to run to the other party. And
is there one mainstream Democrat that said he likes illegal immigrants over?
And that's not necessarily
Chris Van Hollen? There's one.
The thing I will say-
Chris Van Hollen did not say that. He went and had margaritas at my tavern. He met with.
I do agree with Scott here on these reasons why the Democrats are losing voters. He'll say with, there are actually many other reasons he could have named as well. So that is why the Democrats have been losing millions of voters over the last 4 years, as a recent poll had shown that they lost over 4 million registered voters. This is the death of the Democrats. How do you feel about this? Let me know in the comments below. Do you think the Democrat Party will be a thing of the past soon, or do you think they will re-emerge as something else? Thank you for liking and sharing this video. Please follow me for more content like this on a daily basis.
New data that could reshape how Democrats.
Well, all I can say is go ahead and count the Democrats out at your risk. Let's see, what do we have here? Looks like I have about another hour in me. And who knows, I might get bored again. But at a minimum, I'll be back in the morning. Let's see, what have I saved? Ooh, this looks good.
Hey, Brazina. We're gonna be going through right here.
after we get it here from the most powerful helicopter. But it's interesting to let it play, I guess.
That's it for today. I hope you liked this video, and if you haven't done it yet, don't hesitate to subscribe to this YouTube
Oh boy,
channel.
howdy did
See
I.
you next time for a new awesome aviation video.
You know, this this laptop seems to be slow today. All right. Well, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button whilst you're here. Also, please make sure, if you're new, subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel. Share it out with your friends. They can only be impressed. So I am getting long in the tooth with this one. I intended to actually go a while, but I might need an old man nap. This is interesting. Let's have a look at this. I've gotten kind of addicted to these things. Here's a new definition of twerking. What is Melanesian for twerk? I bet it's sexy when you hear it. Let's see, King Rooster over on Gospel of Bob. That's something to be avoided, I'm sure. Let's see what we got here.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Happy Saturday. What I'm going to do today in this video is show you how to make a pot of southern pinto beans. Now this is the old-fashioned recipe where we're just using beans and ham hocks. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Now look at that. This is good, thick, rich, and flavorful pinto beans. Now it's getting cold outside and nothing is gonna settle your bones better than a good hot plate of pinto beans and cornbread. All right, you can make them today or you can make them for tomorrow or
All right,
Sunday
well,
dinner. All right, let's get started.
this is a year old.
Today's video features me. Okay guys, so I was up this morning. It's a little after, it's about 11:30 right now. But I got up early this morning and I went to Sam's, my favorite place. Y'all know I love this shop at Sam's. But I thought I remembered seeing these Dutch ovens out there and I was on a mission because I'm gonna cook these pinto beans today in this Dutch oven. So this is a 7-quart Dutch oven. This is
And for those, you know what, let me stop this right quick. Because Ryan, you're kind of new-ish on this channel. I will watch a cooking video. I will watch a Hilo video. I will watch a political video. I will watch a Tahitian dancing video. I tend to be a bit eclectic in the things I'm curious about. What I don't like is stupidity. You know, I mean, you know, AAE, she obviously needs a man in her life. And she tends, you know, it's sort of funny. When I was a kid, it was kind of a joke. Sometimes, like, you know, if you're 16, 17, 18, you know, every now and again, you know, you'll run into somebody. Now, this is shit. I was 18, 40 years ago. Well, shit. Or like 41 years ago. And it is, well, back in the day, it's like, you know, dude, you need some pussy. You know, you're just acting all spastic here. Well, as it turns out, I'm not absolutely sure that's kind of a bad diagnosis, but it also works with women as well. Sometimes they just need, you know, some satisfaction. And so I kind of treat, you know, some women, and there's several of them, not just questions to ponder. They tend to be a little jittery and jumpy and just kind of talk random nonsense. So, you know, we should all work to try and get her hooked up because she needs she needs release. I'll just leave it that way. And sometimes it is what it is. So let us pray as well as endeavor to help questions to ponder out. She has a lot of questions to ponder, and we as her internet friends. I don't like anti-white whites. Not sure where that's coming from. What's sexual content, Brian? She would sweat too. Ryan, I haven't said anything remotely inappropriate, so I don't worry about that. And where the anti-white bullshit comes from. Is there such a thing?
Some of it, so it's probably a little over a pound here. That's what I'm going to use today. I'm going to put an onion in there, and I have some ham hocks. Now I know everybody wants good, flavorful pinto beans, okay? And it's cold outside right now, so I'm going to flavor these with ham hocks instead of using my smoked turkey tails. Then I'm going to use chicken broth to start out with, but as I need to refill the pot, I'm going to put in water. Okay, so I'm going to open this up to see if I have any instructions on how to use it before, just in case I need to prep or anything. Most of the time you won't, but I'm going to check and make sure. Okay, so let's see what kind of instructions, if any, come with this. Put everything to the side. Okay. First. Let's make sure we got a good view here. Now this is showing you all of the different colors they have. The only colors they have at Sam right now are the white, burgundy, and the black. I didn't see any other colors. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? I just love that. That's such a Christmassy color. I love it. And these were $39.99. Okay. Okay. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to keep these little things here because when I get ready to store it under the cabinet, you can put your lid back on by bracing it like that. Okay, for storage. Okay, so look at this beautiful thing we have right here. I love it. Oh my goodness, y'all. I'm telling you, I'm so silly when it comes to my kitchen appliances and things like that. So this is what it looks like on the inside. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Okay, so let's read this little sheet to see if it says anything about, let me read it right quick to see about the care, and I'll be right back. Okay, so it doesn't say anything about having to prep it before you use it. It just says to hand wash the cookware with warm soapy water, rinse and dry thoroughly. Avoid knocking utensils, basically saying that you can use wood and plastic in here, nothing that's going to be metal, okay, or sharp objects because it may scratch the surface. And it says not suitable for dry cooking. Add liquid, butter, or oil at the bottom of the cookware prior to heating. And then it also says if you are using induction, ceramic, or a glass cooktop, always lift the pot instead of sliding it because you want to avoid scratching your cooktop. Okay, so let's get it washed and then we're gonna go ahead and start cooking. All right, you have to excuse the girls up there. They are on one this morning already. So yeah. So what I'm gonna do is just rinse off my ham hocks. I'm not gonna go through an excruciating cleaning method for it. I'm just rinsing them off with warm water. And these were fresh. I just got these yesterday from Walmart. Now I'm going to chop my onion.
Hey, Abiola, this is an interesting question. You asked Brian if he likes anti-black stuff. And my question to you, dear Abiola, do you like anti-black stuff? That's a yes/no question. Don't prevaricate.
these are.
You know, I hate to be all censorious and stuff. Abiola, if you even type the numbers 7 and 0 in series again, you and I are going to have a Sunday come to Jesus meeting. That racist bullshit that you insist on bringing into my chat will not be tolerated. This is your last warning, son. 70% is a wildly white trash. I couldn't graduate from 6th grade because it was too hard and they made me behave sort of attitude. A dumb fuck from Africa believing in that bullshit, I find offensive. I shall be blunt with my thoughts on the topic.
These are going to be in some bigger chunks today.
Hey, he can read English. You can spell racist right there, Ryan.
I'm going to just pick through these beans. And I don't throw away half beans. Okay, the only thing I throw away is something that looks like it's not a pinto bean, or sometimes we have pebbles in them. Then we're gonna go get some more beans. So I want to make sure there's gonna be enough. Okay. This is what I mean when I say I'm gonna go get some more beans. Okay, y'all, we stocked up on pinto beans and rice last year, and I have this. I bought 5 bags of the pinto beans just because, you know, there were rumors and everything about how hard it was going to be last year. So we bought a lot of bags of rice. I think that we bought 50-pound bags of rice. I forgot how many we got, but it's a lot in there. Okay, and we got 5 bags of pinto beans, and this is the 3rd bag. We've used 2 of them. So what I'm going to do is just take out probably approximately 1 more cup. Okay, so we're going to just set it up. And these came from Sam's, of course. They were already pretty clean. But since I've opened this up, what I'll do is put 2-pound, make these into 2-pound bags, and then put them in the pantry. Okay, I think that's all I'm going to use. All right, so I'm going to sit that back there. I'm going to go through these. And they're a little bit of a different color. Because one bag I got from Sam's and the other bag I got from Walmart. So I don't really see any pebbles in here. So, I mean, back in the day when I was younger, I used to throw away the half of the beans. Yeah, I would pick them all out and throw them away. I'm like, why? Because you can still eat that, okay? So just throw away the rocks and anything ugly that you don't like, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and wash these off, and then I'm going to get everything started on the pot this time. let me get a few of these items out of the way. Okay. All right, y'all. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and start adding my ingredients to the pot. Now, these are going to be flavorful, okay? So we have 2 32-ounce cartons of chicken broth. This is by Swanson. You can use Members Mark if you want to, but this is on sale right now. Look how much richer that looks than Swanson, than Members Mark. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and pour 2 in here. And as I said, we're going to start off with chicken broth, and then we're going to add water as we need to add to the beans later on. Make sure you shake it up good to get all of it inside of the bottom. Okay, then we're going to add our chopped onion. We're going to start adding our spices. And we're going to add 1 teaspoon of all of the granulated onion. One teaspoon of granulated garlic. Then we're going to add 2 teaspoons of Slap Your Mama. Okay. Now we're going to add the ham hocks. This is our 3 ham hocks. Then we're going to go ahead and add the beans to it. Okay, so this is my first time cooking these pinto beans in this pan. So when I used to cook pinto beans a lot back in the day, I would always use the same pan because that way I would always know how many beans to cook. So this is the first time I'm using it, and I've used probably approximately a 2-pound bag of pinto beans. So we'll see as those start to cook if that was enough or too much for this pot. Okay, so we're gonna turn the eye on about 5 because this is my quick boil eye. I just want it to come to a quick boil, then I'm gonna turn them down and let them cook low and slow. Not necessarily slow, but they're gonna cook for some hours, okay, versus cooking all night long in a crock pot. So we're gonna go ahead and let that come to a boil, and then we'll be back. Okay, we have got a good boil going on right now, and I have this on the rapid, the quick boil eye, so we're gonna turn it down, and this right here is not hot. Look at that. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna turn it down, and we're gonna get it boiling to the good roll that I like. So it's on 4, we're gonna put it on 2, then we're gonna switch to the back anyway. So what I'm gonna do is go ahead and wait until that simmers down a little bit, and then I'm gonna come back and switch to the back eye because I'm gonna have something else cooking on the front. These beans already smell so good. Let's see. Still pretty good and hot. Okay, so what we're gonna do is turn this back eye on. We're gonna put it on medium because it's a small burner. So it smells so good already. We're gonna pick it up and set it on the back eye. Remember, we don't want to scratch the surface. So let's turn it off. And then from this point, we'll be able to gauge what temperature we're gonna put this pot on back here, very back. Okay, so let's let that heat up a little bit. Okay, it got a little warm this time. So let's get your oven mitt. Okay, you see how that's boiling? That's how we're going to let it boil for the next couple of hours. And we will be back. We're going to check it about every hour to make sure that it's got plenty of water in it. Okay, let's give our beans a check. Oh, they're getting good and thick. I need about 30 more minutes and they're going to be done. Check and see this, if they're soft and tender. And all right now, just like that, these beans are done. Now, that took about 3 hours, and I only used chicken broth. I never did add water, but I did add additional chicken broth. So I always have some extra to use just in case you don't want to use water. All right, guys, what we're going to do is let these cool down. I'm going to turn this eye off, and then we're going to finish up this video. Now I'm going to show you how I saved the rest of these beans. This is a 12-pound bag, so I have plenty of bags, and I'm just going to put about 3 cups in each bag, and that way I know how much I'm going to be using each time I cook them. Now this is the finished product. Y'all, you can't get no better than this. I'm going to tell you. It's been so cold these last few days. What is going to warm your bones like a good pot of pinto beans and cornbread? Okay, y'all, I'm going to include a link for my cornbread in the description. But for now, this is it. I want you to see how good and creamy these beans look. Now, I love to use my crock pot, but it doesn't always give you this creamy consistency of the thickness of the beans. But also you can use a immersion blender to get that with the crock pot. But nothing beats stovetop. If you've got the time, go ahead and do yourself a favor and put these beans on and let them cook. This concludes this video. Please remember to like, comment, share, and subscribe. And if you want to be notified each time I upload a new video, please hit the notification bell below. Thanks and God bless.
Sorry about this. I hit something I shouldn't have, which I will not be looking at. Yep, we have come. Calvin, come on now. I have hit my old man nap time. So everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. I appreciate all the time and all the people who stopped by today. Uh-oh, it's Mike. Well, you know what? Let me look. Oh, well, Mike was here, then he left. Come on back, Mike. I always have time to quote talk to you. It's 23 a.m. What's 23 a.m.? What the fuck is that? Is that Africa time? What is 23 a.m.? You mean 23? All you got to say is 2300. AM or PM doesn't apply if you're using 24-hour time, Abiola. Or maybe it's some special African thing. Y'all don't understand black, and it appears you don't understand time either. So time works differently. I understand. Get a Red Bull in you. Dude, you know what, Kelvin? I've never had a Red Bull. That's what coffee is for. No, African IQ is not different. Your IQ is different. Are you even African? That part I've often asked myself. Most of the Africans I know are fairly good at time, at least. So I guess Mike won't have time to impress us with his intellect. So I'm going to sign off. It's possible, though it's 4 p.m. Who knows? Maybe I'll get bored. But if not, I will see you all at around 6:45 or so Eastern time. And yes, Kelvin, there will be news to talk about. I just didn't feel like dealing with it today. So come back online, player. You must be talking to Mike. He's the player. But I think there are a couple shows that have popped up. One that I'm actually going to at least pay 5 minutes attention to before it gets all uninteresting. Orthodox guy. Y'all go over there and see what he's doing. I noticed he just popped up. So in the meantime, I will see you all either late tonight, but probably not. Definitely in the morning. Playing that was harsh. Senior balloon. No, I have popped all the balloons I'm gonna pop. Y'all can find it online if you want. And anyway, I will see y'all later. AAE is your sweet lady. Give her a spin. Give her a spin, Ryan. She will be all spinster loving. Spinsters love attention.